Okay, if I could have everybody quiet, we're going to open our meeting and call our meeting to order. Hello out there. Hello. We'll do this. We can have quiet. We're going to call our meeting to order. Welcome to our council meeting tonight. Gosh, there's a lot of you tonight, so we're going to call our meeting to order, and our roll call by City Clerk Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
If you'll all rise, we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Rigby.
If you would all please join me as we pledge allegiance to the flag of the greatest nation on earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, in accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to the Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. So the next thing is the approval of our agenda by City Manager Patrick Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. There is one change to the agenda. We are going to remove item PH4, public hearing number 4, which is entitled Development Code Amendments and Master License Agreement for Wireless Communications Facilities. And this item will be coming back before you at a future meeting.
Okay. I'd like to invite our City Council members to join me in presenting certificates to the graduates of the City of Vista's Spring 2017 Leadership Academy. We're going to come down here. And what we'll do is we'll have, as I announce their names, we're going to have them come up, and their certificates are here. Can I assist? You may assist me. My Deputy Mayor, John Franklin, is going to assist me in passing out their certificates. So, the City of Vista is proud to present its 16th Vista Leadership Academy graduating class. The Academy provides insight to Vista residents on the city's operations and its many responsibilities and functions. Our first Academy, conducted in 2007, was an overwhelming success, and every Leadership Academy has grown since then. So congratulations to our Spring 2017 participants. Please come up as I call your name, and we're going to have you all stay up here, and then we'll do a group picture as we get done. So if you'll come up when I call your name, and we'll give you your certificate. So we'll start with Ann Bailey. Beatrice Barron. Andrew Bassard. Carolyn Cherboiga. Sarah Finley. Abe Herrera. Vicki Henry. Christine King. There you go. Denny Liegio. How did I do? Kelly Moncure. Ava Miznicki. Britt Rucker. Jessica Schrader. Tiffany Seagart. Judy Stratton. Joshua Tienda. Rosie Ovelma. Jeff Wilson. Oh, wrong one. Okay, got it? Okay, and Brian Worley. So that is our 16th graduation class, so congratulations to all of them. Did Judy Stratton? Is Judy Stratton? No, she's not here tonight. Okay. Okay. So in order to get a group picture, you have to have a very wide angle lens. What, is it better to come out here behind the desks? It's okay back here? Okay, everybody. Get everybody? Thank you, Judy. Welcome. Okay, moving on with our agenda. The next thing is our consent calendar. And the recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public can remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk's secretary. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. And tonight it's items C1 through C11 are on the consent calendar. So do I have any? Nothing? Okay, there's nothing pulled out by the public. Does anybody in the council want to pull anything off? If not, I would consider a motion.
I'll move that we adopt the consent calendar as presented.
Councilmember Aguilera?
I'll second it.
Okay. Please cast your votes, please. That motion passes unanimously. That takes us to our public hearings. And our first public hearing is a public hearing regarding the 2017-2018 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan. And our Assistant City Manager, Allie Zimmerman, will introduce the item.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Allie Zimmerman, Assistant City Manager. With me tonight is Amanda Lee, our Housing Manager, and she will be providing the staff report tonight.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The purpose of tonight's item is to conduct a public hearing regarding the proposed Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Annual Action Plan for fiscal year 2017-18. The city's estimated CDBG commitment for fiscal year 2017-18 is $668,451, which is a 10% reduction from fiscal year 2016-17. The allocated amount is subject to change depending on the approval of the fiscal 17-18 federal budget, which is anticipated to be announced by April 28, 2017. In 2015, the City Council adopted the 2015-2019 CDBG Consolidated Plan, which identifies overall housing and community development goals for the 5-year period. Activities fall under the HUD-designated categories to provide decent housing, provide a suitable living environment, expand economic opportunity, and affirmatively further fair housing. The city's 2017 annual plan outlines the city's spending plan and activities for the coming year. CDBG funds will be used for debt service obligations, capital projects, administrative services, as well as fair housing services and public service programs. In 1999, the city borrowed CDBG funds to assist in the development of the Transit and Vista Village. The loan is required to be repaid annually out of the city's CDBG allocation. The annual debt service payment for fiscal year 17-18 is $339,779, which represents the final repayment amount. Under the program guidelines, a maximum of 20% of the city's allocation may be used for CDBG administration, and 15% may be used to fund public service programs. Staff recommends utilizing the full 20% available to cover staff time to administer the CDBG programs, as well as fair housing services. Staff also recommends utilizing the full 15% available for public service programs. Contracts with public service recipients selected in 2016 include an option to extend the contract for 1 year at the discretion of the city, dependent on funding availability and contract performance. The CDBG Advisory Committee and staff recommends extending the contracts with the current sub-recipients, which include Alpha Project, Boys and Girls Club, Mama's Kitchen, North County Lifeline, Palomar Family Counseling, Interfaith Community Services, Vista Community Clinic, City of Vista Out and About Senior Transportation, and Operation Hope. Recommended funding levels include a 10% reduction from the current funding level to reflect the city's anticipated reduced allocation. Staff recommends allocating remaining funds for capital and facility improvement projects. Funds will be used for facility improvements and/or capital improvements utilized by low-income individuals. A second meeting to consider and adopt the 2017 annual plan is scheduled for May 9th, 2017 City Council meeting. However, the date and the amounts are dependent on the approval of the federal budget. This concludes our presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Okay, do I have any questions from the council? I don't have any speakers. No. There are no speakers. Councilmember Green.
Well, hello, Amanda Lee. How are you this evening?
Good.
All right. So I'm, new to this, my first CDBG plan reviewal. And just so I'm clear, this was something that the council approved as a 2-year plan, and we're enacting the second year of it. And based off the numbers you gave me, it looks like as a city, we're giving $100,268 to those charitable organizations that you spoke of, correct?
Yes, this is a proposed plan, and also these amounts are subject to allocation by the federal government.
Okay, and the amounts on the left side are what we gave them last year, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so pretty good. So I think it's awesome as a guy who just started reviewing kind of city money that we actually give money back to organizations that work for our community. So this is a great spot. I walked into your office today and was excited because I found out, hey, this is what you're doing, is giving money back to our community. So just want to make sure everybody in the audience knows this is a great thing, CDBG money right now, and hopefully it continues and we can keep, allocating it to our community. So thank you, council, for doing this before I came. Great idea. Good work. That's it.
And it is federal money, and so we don't know if it's in the budget for President Trump for next year. So we're hoping that it's there and we can still distribute this. So, yes. Councilmember Rigby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also, just to echo what Councilman Green said, great job. The programs do help the community. And I'm excited that this is our final payment on the debt service. That's going to be awesome to be rid of that. So with that, I would move to close the public hearing and approve staff's recommendation on this.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And that passes unanimously. And just so you know, we have a committee, the CDBG committee, that goes over, they interview everyone and they visit these businesses and they go over all of that. So are there any of our CDBG committee here tonight? Do I see any? Can you stand up if you're here? I don't see them tonight. Okay, but they do a lot of work to give us these different people that we give the money to. So, okay, so moving on to public hearing number 2. This is a public hearing to receive testimony regarding mixed-use zone and design guideline amendments. Community Development and Engineering Director John Conley will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This was started in October of last year with the Planning Commission. We had a discussion about the mixed-use zone and the downtown specific plan to touch on the extent of multifamily development occurring in the city. The Commission made some recommendations to change the mixed-use zone, which came to the City Council in January, and following specific direction that we got from the City Council, we're now back with the zoning code amendments and design guideline amendments. There were further some rezones that the City Council asked for, and because those have to go through environmental review, we'll be coming back at a future date with the rezones. The mixed-use zone amendments address a few specific areas: setbacks, building height, parking, landscaping, the overlay zone along North Santa Fe that was requested, as well as some changes to our design guidelines, and I'll cover each one briefly. The mixed-use zone areas are shown here. They're sort of scattered around the city, generally along South Melrose at Breeze Hill, North Melrose near Beaubier, the North Santa Fe corridor, Civic Center Drive corridor, and South Santa Fe near Mar Vista. So the council asks us to distinguish between residential-only projects and mixed-use projects. The way that's proposed in the ordinance before you is that commercial projects will be distinguished by commercial ground floor use. So all commercial ground floor use would be considered commercial. If only a portion of commercial or any residential was on the ground floor, it would be considered a residential project. All of the changes that we're making tonight apply to those residential projects. So setbacks, with regard to setbacks in the mixed-use zone, the council directed us to change those to match the citywide standards that would apply to the RM zone. Those are 20 feet in the front, 15 on the side or interior side, 10 feet between buildings, and 15 feet in the rear. And there are some exceptions for single-family residential adjacency. Those are all the same proposed changes to the mixed-use zone tonight for residential-only projects, so those will become applicable to any project that's multifamily in the city, with the exception of the North Santa Fe overlay zone or the downtown specific plan. Can you advance my slide? Thank you. We also discussed building height. There were some specific areas for the building height that the council recommended reducing. The staff wanted to reduce the building heights in the Civic Center corridor and along South Santa Fe. But once we implement or look at the North Santa Fe area alone, the remainder of the mixed-use zone is pretty sporadic. There's not very many properties. So in looking at those areas, in consideration of what the council wanted, the staff's recommending reducing the building height throughout the zone to 3 stories and leaving it at 4 stories along the North Santa Fe corridor. So that's what's in the staff recommendation. The North Santa Fe overlay zone would still allow up to 4, as well as a downtown specific plan, which we haven't touched. But those outlying areas of the mixed-use zone would go down to 3 stories. Additional height could be permitted with a special use permit. That would be at the discretion of the Planning Commission and the City Council. With respect to parking, we're increasing the parking standards to meet the citywide requirements for the RM zone. That's 2.3 spaces for a studio or 1 bedroom, 2.5 spaces for a 2 bedroom, 3 spaces for a 3 bedroom, and a half space for each additional bedroom. Those would again apply everywhere with the exception of the North Santa Fe overlay zone. Landscaping would increase the landscaping standard from 10% of the overall site to 15% of the overall site. Any modification of that standard would be subject to the Planning Commission's approval, and again, a lower standard in North Santa Fe, which I'll cover. So the council specifically asked that the area between Beaubier and Vista Village along North Santa Fe, that zone mixed use, be provided some different standards to accommodate some investment and development in those areas. The setbacks are recommended at 10 feet all around the site and between buildings. The building height was recommended to remain at 60 feet or 4 stories. The parking was to follow the downtown Vista specific plan standards, which I'll cover on the next slide. And landscaping was allowed to be 10% of the overall site rather than 15%. So the map that's shown here depicts those specific properties that are affected by that, and it accompanies the ordinance and would be included in the zoning code to show where those areas are at. The parking standards for the North Santa Fe overlay zone that are in the specific plan for downtown are 1.25 spaces for a studio or 1 bedroom, 2.25 for a 2 bedroom, 2.75 for a 3 bedroom or more. We also asked for some changes to the design guidelines. Those are the guidelines that the staff uses for review of multifamily to make sure that they're attractive and provide appropriate amenities. We currently have amenity requirements based on the number of units. So 1 amenity is at 25 units, 2 amenities at 50, and 3 at 100 units. That's what's currently in the guidelines. The recommendation was to reduce those numbers so that more amenities would apply to lower number of unit projects. So 1 amenity for 10 units, 2 for 25, and 3 for 50 is what's proposed. There are a couple of active planning applications that are moving through the process right now. There are 2 specific pending and timely processed applications within the mixed-use zone. Those are shown here in the overhead at 1309 North Santa Fe Avenue, a proposal for 305 apartments, and at 1375 South Santa Fe Avenue, a proposal for 72 condominium units. Those are applications that are moving through the process and will ultimately come to the Planning Commission or City Council for a decision. But because the changes that are being recommended tonight would affect those developments, we want to get specific direction from the council as to how we should handle those moving forward. So one of the projects, the one at North Santa Fe, and I'll move to the next slide here so you can see where they're located. Or if you could do that for me, Kathy. The slide on the left shows the property at North Santa Fe Avenue. That's a 305 apartment unit project that's pending in planning. They have been deemed complete. In other words, they have submitted an application last year, have been reviewed by the staff for compliance with the zoning, and have shown that they meet the zoning with their current design. So they have to go through environmental review, but because they've been deemed complete, we typically would not apply the new development standards to that application. The application on the right at 1375 South Santa Fe Avenue, it's about a 3-acre property at the corner of Mar Vista Drive. This was before you a couple years ago for approval of an apartment development there for 96 units, which is approved and entitled. The applicant has come back to propose a different development, a condominium development at a lower density. It was at 72 units when submitted. They're now saying it's at 60 units. They're here tonight to present to you as well. That application has not been deemed complete, and so the changes could affect their application unless the council wants to grandfather them under the existing zoning rules. So we'd like some direction on that issue tonight before we move forward. So the Planning Commission reviewed this item on the 21st of March. They made 2 additional recommendations. These are not included in the staff recommendation before you, so if the council wants to include the Planning Commission's recommendations, it should be a specific action in the council's direction tonight. The Commission's recommendations were to adjust the parking standards in the North Santa Fe overlay for a 1-bedroom unit from 1.25 to 2.25 spaces per unit. They felt that 1.25 wasn't enough parking for a 1-bedroom unit. And then to adjust the landscape standard in the North Santa Fe overlay zone from 10% to 15%. They felt that landscaping was an important aspect to these applications. So staff is requesting 2 things tonight. First is direction related to the active planning application. Second is approval of the proposed staff recommendations for the zoning code and design guidelines amendments. And that completes my staff presentation. Thank you.
I turned it off. I have speakers, so you want to hear the speakers first? Okay, we'll start with them. It's Anna Pevney. Pevney, sorry. Is the microphone on down there?
Testing.
There you go. Okay.
There we go. I've got some handouts for all the city council members at the dais. Just hand them over here. And the plan would be the first slide. Okay, great. Okay. Oops. There we go. All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'd like to introduce myself as well as KB Home for a proposed project located at the intersection of South Santa Fe Avenue and Mar Vista Drive. My name is Adam Pevney. I'm the Director of Land Acquisition and Entitlements for KB Home Coastal, located in San Diego. I'm also a 20-year resident of North County, San Diego. A little bit about KB Home. KB Home is actually celebrating its 60-year anniversary this year, and to date has built over 550,000 homes across America since 1957. We're currently building throughout the county right now. We're in a couple neighboring communities in Escondido and San Marcos, and we're also down in East County in El Cajon, Santee, Lakeside, and also Carmel Valley, so we're very active in San Diego County. KB Home has been working with the property owner and with the City of Vista staff for several months to design a residential project that we feel will provide home ownership opportunities for first-time home buyers who are starting families, move-up buyers whose families are growing, and move-down buyers who want smaller homes in the area. The subject property, located on 4.5 acres at the intersection of South Santa Fe Avenue and Mar Vista Drive, is currently entitled as an approved 96-unit apartment project with 3-story apartment buildings. The current approved project density is 21 units per acre. KB Home prepared several design concepts for 2-story townhome products before presenting to Planning Commission at early design review in January of 2017. The initial presentation in January was for 72 townhomes that were 2-story products. The project density that was presented at the time was 16 units per acre. And the Planning Commissioner, staff, and residents brought up some design modifications at the hearing that have been incorporated into the new design that you see on the screen and before you. Such as item 1, more elbow room. Commentary was made to lose some of the units from the original 72-unit site plan to free up the site plan and provide lower density product overall. So the site plan has been modified from 72 townhomes to 60 townhomes. So the current density now has gone from 21, which is approved as apartments, to 16 units, which we originally had when we had 72 units, and now we're down to 13 units per acre. Item 2, there was a requirement or a request to create a community gathering spot, such as a pool or similar type of amenity for the homeowners. So we've created that. Let's see here, middle guy, this laser. Okay, it's not working, but in the center of the project, you can see right at the entrance off South Santa Fe, there's kind of a kidney-shaped object. That's the pool. So we've created a pool, designed a pool, trellis, restrooms, barbecue, picnic benches for the community gathering location. We also were asked to provide variety on the rear elevations, planes of the homes, and to break up the 6-pack and 7-pack townhomes that we had earlier. So we've done that by revising the site plan and the architecture on this project. And now we've included homes that are only 4-pack and 3-pack, and there's a couple of duplexes as well on here. So we've also changed the rear elevations of the plan 2 and 3. Those are the end units, and they have niches now for outdoor living and larger living, and has broken up the plane of the rear of the buildings. And then we also heard that we needed to provide a larger setback from South Santa Fe Avenue. We've done that with the revised architecture and site plan to provide a larger setback from South Santa Fe as well. Some of the specifications on the townhome project and architecture itself, the homes would range from 1,654 square feet up to 1,924 square feet. All the homes would be 2-story and have 2-car garages, along with 2.5 baths and 3 bedrooms. All the homes will have rear yards, which will average somewhere between 250 square feet and 450 square feet. The project will have a gated entrance for exclusivity. In addition to the community pool, the project will have 2 passive park areas with picnic areas and barbecues. And we anticipate price points for these homes to be in the mid-$400,000 range. KB Home looks forward to providing homes for the first-time buyers and move-up buyers in Vista with this proposed project, and we are requesting City Council to recommend for the previous MU zone and design guidelines to apply to this active planning application for this site. The property owner and myself are available to answer any questions the City Council, staff, and any residents may have. That concludes my presentation, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight before you.
Our next speaker is Tim Winslow.
Good evening. My name is Tim Winslow. I preside at 6429 Duane Avenue in San Diego, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. I've owned this property for approximately 12 years, so we went through the whole general plan amendment, supported the mixed-use zoning, and moved forward on the with an apartment project. Started 114 units, got some pushback from the council, from community, went to 96 units. Bottom line, the community hated the project. Okay, we got severe feedback from the community that it was too dense, too much traffic, just wrong product type. Somewhat disagreed, but anyhow, that was the feedback I got from the community. So we went back and we relooked at, listened to the community, took this to the Planning Commission, listened to the Planning Commission, and brought the density down from 114 to 96 to 79 units to now, as Adam said, to 60 units, which is 13 units per acre. So a way less dense project. And we've attacked all the concerns that the community had, the council had. We brought down the height from 4-story to 2-story. We increased the setbacks along the perimeter of the project and inside the project. The landscape, by doing that, we increased the amount of landscape. Open space increased, and of course the amenities were also increased. So bottom line, this is exactly what the community and the council and the planning department wanted, except for the resistance of parking. So I pray on you that you grandfather us in and approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is it's like Jeremy Meredith.
Good evening. It's Jeremy Meredith from Orion Pacific, the applicant for the other one that's complete. I yield my time. Thank you.
To clear, is it, you're yielding your time?
Yielding the time. Just, I think we're...
Okay. Clear, is it Citrus?
Hi there. It's Sideris, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm an engineer. I have a JD law degree. And my wife and I, last year, saw an opportunity to buy a development project on Santa Fe at 1559 North Santa Fe Avenue, which is half a block north of Barbier. Barbier is the cutoff point for the overlay zone that is being discussed. And we wanted to ask that if you could extend the overlay zone one block further to allow that area to be treated as previously when we purchased the property 5 months ago. That area seems kind of run down to me. It has an opportunity to benefit from construction. And when we purchased the land, it's 1.25 acres. And our neighbor seems to want to join us. It'll be up to 2 acres, so we're thinking 80 or so units. And we were excited, and we're thinking that to extend the overlay boundary would be beneficial to the city as well, greater tax bases.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
So we can hear you better.
Sorry. When did I stop being heard?
We could hear you, just not real loud. So just speak right into it.
That was probably it, just asking if you could extend the overlay zone another block north of where the demarcation is from Barbier. That area, if you look at it, is very run down. It's almost like storage facilities and houses that are run down and old and a lot of dirt. And it's a good opportunity to develop something nice for the community, increase the tax basis, and that's the request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Epitapia?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I didn't know what to expect with the zoning amendments, so I just wanted to congratulate you and Katie Holmes for changing and listening to the community, and make sure that the amendments weren't changing the MUR zone anywhere in the area, because some of the people who have invested in properties along Santa Fe were counting on maybe the MUR staying there and not being changed. So I relinquish the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Epi is our last speaker, so what does the council have to say about it? Councilor Aguilera. Well, before you do that, I need to make maybe we need to make disclosures, because I met with the previous KB Homes and looked at their plans and talked to them, so I wanted to disclose that in a meeting. So do we all need to make disclosures, or anybody? Councilor Aguilera.
Yeah, I was on conference call with your meeting as well.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I did meet with the two gentlemen who have spoken from KB Homes as well.
Councilmember Franklin? No? Yes?
Yeah, I also met with the developers from KB Homes.
Yes, I met with them as well.
Okay.
It was a joy.
Okay. Councilor Aguilera, go for it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a question, two questions. Mr. Is it Sedaris? The property he was talking about, I'd like to get some feedback from staff on that. I think I know which property is approximately. I don't know if it's on the 7-Eleven side or it is. Okay. So
there's a map here that shows the area of the North Santa Fe overlay zone. So it's at the very upper right-hand corner is where the 7-Eleven property is. And if you go north of that.
Got it.
North of up in here, there's about maybe 7 or 8 lots extending north there that are in mixed-use zone.
Mm-hmm.
So I know exactly where this is. I've talked to staff about some of the, not I think the exact properties he's talking about, but some of the ones that are further north, where we actually raised. I think we had to condemn some of the properties. So nothing's happened there for a long, long time. So I'm just curious what staff's thought is on the suggestion. My other, well, let's start with that first.
So I have no objection to moving the North Santa Fe overlay zone up to cover those properties if the council's interested in doing that. It's the same issue you see on the other parts of Santa Fe. It's a blighted area that needs some investment. So it's another tool to do that if that's a council's interest.
I'm looking at somebody that's here, wants to invest in Vista, and talking to his neighbors and trying to get them interested in investing. And I don't know. I mean, those properties are empty. There's 3, I think, that are empty. I'm not exactly sure what goes on in some of those properties. There's some 3 nicer homes there that, you know, they're working on trying to make them look nice and that, but it's a tough place. It's right there on basically a state highway, right? I think North Santa Fe is technically a state highway. So I'd be interested to find out what other council members think on that. What was going to be my first question is, I have a concern, and I know this is kind of late in the ball game, but I have a concern with the catty corner from 7-Eleven, where the McDonald's is at. I'm not sure I want to see that as mixed use. I think that's an oversight on my part. I don't see that as a good property to have mixed use. We have viable commercial space there. I think with some of the other mixed use and apartments that are going to be built, I think that is going to be, I think we need to keep our commercial space on those corners, 7-Eleven, Walgreens, McDonald's, Stater Brothers. I think all of those 4 corners need to remain commercial and commercial only. So
Sure,
I'd like to hear from, I guess, my council members, fellow council members, and see if we can talk about that.
Okay.
I know it's a curveball for you.
We have We're just in the process of starting the environmental process for the rezoned property, so it could be included at this point without much difficulty.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Green.
I just wanted to talk about the two projects, the one that's deemed complete and then the other one that is the KB Home project on the corner over there of Mar Vista. I have had the pleasure of sitting on Mar Vista off that freeway there, going down to that stop sign there at Mar Vista and Avocado, and I think most of us here in Vista have got off on Mar Vista and hung out there on that stop sign. I know a big concern of the community is putting a development on that corner at Mar Vista and South Santa Fe is, hey, how are we going to handle the traffic over there? This particular development has been in process for 12 years, I found out, in meeting with the developer. They've been jumping through different hoops trying to make it happen. It did start out as, like they say, over 112 unit complex or something like that. And even before it was presented to us last time we met, it was 72 units. But after meeting with the Planning Commission, they knocked it down to 60 units. The other thing that I'm kind of getting is the owner of the property reached out to us and said, hey, I want to sell my property. How can I do that without affecting the community in an adverse way? So this particular project, when I looked at it, not only are they building a good amount of homes that are going to be extremely desirable that will probably sell extremely quick, but this particular builder and property owner are also going to be installing a roundabout at the area of Mar Vista and Avocado to improve that traffic stop or intersection, whatever you call, from an F to a B as far as the traffic rating goes. So this particular project, I feel like, is something that's going to improve traffic flow over there. It's going to help around rush hour time, and it's also going to provide attainable housing for people who want to move into Vista. The other project that was complete or deemed complete is a 305-unit apartment complex on the corner of East Indian Rock, or Cananea rather, in South Santa Fe. That field's been vacant for a while. It caught on fire. Fire department, how you guys doing over there? And it has been vacant for a while. I'm trying to get it done, and I feel like that is more not only attainable but also affordable housing, and it is in line with the other apartments and homes that are in that area. So these two projects that are asking to be grandfathered in per se, and for us to honor, basically our word to them as people who we've drawn blood from and had them jump through all the hoops and have all the community meetings from that aspect. Those two projects, I wanted to speak on that for you to let you know my opinion on those two projects. As far as extending the overlay zone of block, I'm also extremely familiar with that area. I do feel like it's blighted, and that if we have a developer who wants to come in and build once again a nice unit over there, maybe improve sidewalks, maybe some safe routes to school over there. We got kids walking to Bobier Elementary School and Vista High School and Guahomie Park Academy all the time over there, and people do fly down that road super quick. So I would say that if a development comes in there, it's going to be great for our city, for our community, from a safety standpoint and from an infrastructure standpoint. So I would support Councilmember Aguilera's recommendation to extend that overlay zone an extra block, and I also agree with the oversight. I've been getting my sweet tea and hot fudge sundaes from that McDonald's for a very long time. I know you look at me and think I don't have any hot fudge sundaes, but I do, and I believe that is a very nice commercial center, that is an anchored commercial center, that we don't need to put apartments there. We have different areas. We're building 305 up the road, obviously, and we're going to extend the overlay. So making that corner commercial, I think, is a fantastic idea on your part as well. So there's my direction for you, Mr. Connolly. Hope you're having a fantastic evening, sir.
Councilmember Rigby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do want to address KB Homes and that project. I am not a big fan. This is going to come as a surprise to some of you. Maybe not. I'm not a big fan of big government. I am one of those people that government overregulation in your face, controlling every part of your life, is what drives me nuts. The only thing worse than overregulation of government is when government moves the ball, moves the target on you all the time, and you feel like Charlie Brown trying to kick the ball that Lucy's holding. You're never going to get there. As much as I would like to have you continue setting back farther and farther, it's not fair to ask you to do that, and I recognize that. And I do thank you for what you've already done as far as the changes that you've made. You've listened to what council had said. You even listened to what I said and some of the concerns that I had with the project, and I appreciate that very much. But that is a project and a development that you started under a particular set of guidelines, and I don't want to be the Lucy to your football. So it wouldn't be fair to say that you're already this far into the process and you've put your application in and that we're going to change the rules on you. That doesn't mean that I wouldn't like more stringent rules. As somebody who doesn't like a lot of government, I understand the irony of that. So I'm not going to stand in the way of that. But so that's that one. And the other one is already complete. It's complete. And I agree with extending the overlay to the block over and also keeping those corners commercial zone and not rezoning those to be mixed use. I'm not a fan of that, and I think we might have talked about that a little bit last time around. The other things I did want to address, and I know that we talked about this the last time and I was voted down, but I'm going to bring it up again, and I want to say thank you to the Planning Commission, and I don't know if there are any Planning Commissioners in the room. I thought I saw one or two. But bringing it back up again about my concern with the North Santa Fe overlay is I still think that part of town and that part of Santa Fe, I would like to see, as the Planning Commission had recommended, that the landscape standards be raised from 10% to 15%. I would like to see the parking as they had requested for the one-bedroom unit from 1.25 spaces per unit to 2.25 spaces per unit. And the setbacks, I still would like to see the setbacks go from 10 to 15% as well. Because I think that, as I said before, I think all of Vista deserves to have nice things and to have the landscaping and to have the community feel that we have, and we don't need to, build it all the way out to the street. Which is, I had a question for you on one of your slides, and you talked about the right-of-way, the setback right-of-way. On, I don't know what slide number it is, mixed-use zone amendment setbacks, residential projects subject to new setbacks consistent with the RM zone. And the street front, 20 feet from the ultimate right-of-way. I just wanted to qualify the word ultimate. So is that from the back of the house to the edge of the sidewalk, or from the back of the house across the sidewalk and to the curb of the street?
The ultimate right-of-way is the ultimate location of the street right-of-way, so typically it's farther back than where the existing sidewalk is. So if it were if the edge of the sidewalk was the edge of the right-of-way, then it would be to the back of the sidewalk, or sometimes it's further back than that. Typically it's 10 feet back from the face of the curb is the edge of the right-of-way. But in the circulation element, it may require some additional dedication, so the setback is measured from that point with the additional dedication. So the ultimate right-of-way is typically a lot farther back from the edge of the street than people think.
The face of the curb is across the sidewalk and down, correct?
Face of the curb, right.
It's that. So
typically
your right-of-way includes
10
the
feet
sidewalk.
back from that is the sidewalk and a 5-foot landscape area. That's typically all public right-of-way on most of our public streets.
Right.
If the circulation element requires the street have more dedication, or we get a wider street in that area, then when someone develops, they have to dedicate that right-of-way, that additional 5 or 10 feet on their property, and that becomes the edge of the right-of-way, so it moves back. And then the setbacks are measured from that point.
Okay. Well, I look at what we have at Avalon, and I'm told that the setback there at Avalon, which is over in Breeze Hill, is 15 feet.
That's correct.
Correct. And so that is not nearly enough for any community, for any neighborhood, for an apartment, especially high-density apartment complex. And so I would really hate to have any high-density apartment complex in Vista go less than 15 feet. So I would like to see the North Santa Fe overlay also not have less than 15 feet. So I'm opposed to the 10-foot setback on that, and the reduced parking and the reduced landscaping. So I would like to have that discussion again.
Councilmember Franklin, or Deputy Mayor Franklin.
I am supportive of grandfathering both of the projects that are already have already made application, including the projects on South Santa Fe, for most of the reasons that have been mentioned, mainly that moving the ball after somebody's done so much work and complied with the existing standards isn't fair. And I also think this is a good development that's going to bring some high-quality homes that are affordable, entry-level housing into our community. So I think it's something we should be supportive of. I'm also favorable to moving the overlay, the additional block. I just looked at the Google Street View so I can remind myself the exact location there. I would agree that would be part of the area we'd want to incentivize investment in. And I'd probably be open in the future to looking at more in that area if there were additional requests. I'd like to make it possible for people to build there, and that lot isn't, it's not doing anybody any good in its present condition. It's kind of trashy, and I hope somebody will be able to build something nice there that'll serve some families in our community. Other than that, I endorse these changes, as I think overall what we're doing in most of the city is improving the quality of projects that we're asking people to build in our city. And we've got this one corridor that we're going to maintain some of our incentives to build in, and I think that that's important because I look at that corridor, and if I were KB Homes or any of the other developers that build things in Vista, I probably would want to take my dollars elsewhere, either in another part of the city or to another city. There's got to be a reason for folks to bring dollars into areas that are blighted, and I think that by maintaining some of the standards we've set there that incentivize developers, I think that's smart. But I like the fact that we're going to create more livable communities throughout the rest of the city, and that we're going to hopefully prevent some errors that we've made in the past. So I'm supportive, and I would go ahead and make a motion to close the public hearing and adopt we need to adopt this resolution that we have here. So I'd make that motion.
Councilmember Aguilera.
Yeah, I'll second it, as long as we're getting the increase on North Santa Fe as far as extending that. I think you said that.
Yeah, I would move that.
But is that going to be on both sides of North Santa Fe?
So that would be my impression, is that
Yes.
what the council is looking for. So if I can put the map up here.
Because we've had problems with one lot in particular.
Square area right here that's north of Beaubier.
Yes.
That includes the Walgreens, the properties
Excluding
behind it.
Walgreens, though, right?
Right, because the Walgreens will be rezoned.
Right.
So
to
that would be
commercial.
the proposal.
And can we also include in that motion maintaining, I don't know what the address is, but where the McDonald's is at? It's commercial?
that's the Four Corners as
Four
part of the
corners remain
rezone
commercial,
and extending
I guess, is that going up
the
to El
overlay
Ranchero?
are all things that we can definitely do.
Okay.
We're going to maintain commercial there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll second that because, and I do support the KB Homes and the other project in Cananea as well. I failed to mention that earlier. And I understand where Councilwoman Rigby is coming from. I think those are great points that are being made, but I also feel that money is not going to go to that part of the city unless we do add some incentives to developers. And growing up in that area, I have not ever seen any changes, really, any improvements. I'd like to see that area change, and I think we're doing good things for that part of the community. It's going to be a huge improvement, going to clean up some areas, and I think this is what we need in that part of town, so I'll go ahead and second it.
Councilmember Rigby.
I know that the last time we talked about this, we ended up having 10 different motions that night. And I won't do that to you again because it sounds like I'm odd man out on this one. But I cannot in good conscience agree to this. So I will be voting no on this because I really think that it deserves to be talked about and looked at again, especially with some of the feedback we've gotten from the community on the North Santa Fe overlay and the lax restrictions on the landscaping, the parking, and the setback on that. So I'm going to stick to my guns on that one because I'd like to see us do better. We can do better in that neighborhood, and they deserve better in that neighborhood. So if we're not going to take these out, take these apart again as separate items, then I'm going to be voting no on this one. But I do agree with the rest of it, but I can't go with those portions.
Councilmember Green.
I just want to make sure that although we're passing this tonight, which I, agree with most of what everybody said, is that every project that comes before us, we're still going to have the ultimate jurisdiction to where if it's a 10-foot setback and we've looked at it and we would prefer it be a 15-foot. Because out of the things Councilwoman Rigby said, the setback is my biggest concern. I've also seen that project, which if it's at a 15-foot setback, a 10-foot setback is kind of ridiculous. I mean, 15 feet is still a great incentive for a developer, in my opinion, from that aspect. When it comes to the landscaping issue, if we're going to have 4-story properties there, it's going to be real hard to improve that landscaping and increase the parking. I just don't think I don't think that mathematically it's possible. I like the parking being a little less in that area for developers, but the setback's my biggest thing. So my question to you, John, is, hey, as a, if something else is over there and they want to build them right on top of each other, do we have the say as the council? And I would assume my council members want to make sure that something customary for the area. Do we have it, or by making this vote, no way, no how are we ever allowed to change that?
You can certainly change it. It requires the same process we just went through, going to the Planning Commission and back to the council with an ordinance if you want to change it. If it's a specific development, yes, you have some design review discretion. The setback is the setback, though, so if they meet the setback and there's no other policy that they're conflicting with, then there's not really much we can do if it's a zoned site.
Okay. Okay, and I'd like to. I support both projects. Also, they made KB Homes they've made a lot of changes in that project that we asked them to make, and they've already been underway. And I support both of those.
Can I ask one clarifying question?
Yes.
The 10 feet is from the ultimate right-of-way.
Correct.
So in most cases in that overlay zone, the ultimate right-of-way from the curb is 5 to 10 feet.
It's 10 feet back from the face of curb. It's a 100-foot right-of-way along North Santa Fe, and I think that's what we have today. So in those areas where it would be 10 feet back from the face of curb and then 10 feet from that point.
So 20 feet from the edge of the road.
Correct.
Okay. And what is what's our long-term plan to expand beyond? Do we have room for 3 lanes?
On North Santa Fe, the long-term plan is what's there today.
Right. So do we have room to restripe for 3 lanes if we want to in the future?
I don't. Well, I believe there's parking out there, or there might be.
I have to eliminate street parking.
I got to look at it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have street parking. That would be eliminating parking in place of a lane, but I don't think we have parking out there. I think it's a bike lane.
I'm just making the point that in our 30-year plan, we really don't countenance the idea of widening the road.
The 30-year plan for North Santa Fe is a 4-lane major arterial, so there are some parts of it that still need to be improved, but that stretch of it primarily between Beaubier and Vista Village is fully improved.
So our 10-foot setback is going to equal a 20-foot distance from the edge of structures to the curb.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
Councilmember Rigby.
I'm going to go back to Avalon again because the edge of that building, when you're at the edge of the patio, which has a stucco wall around some of the backyard patio there on Breeze Hill, from the back of that patio to the sidewalk is 15 feet. I mean, to me, and I know you and I've had this conversation, because to me, I'm still not convinced it's a whole 15 feet. It is right up against the sidewalk in some places.
15 feet is to the building face, not necessarily the patio area. So the building is...
Even though all along there, that's what we have is the patio area, so it's...
Right, so the patio area can encroach into the setback, but the building face cannot. So from the face of curb to the building face on that project, it should be 25 feet, 10-foot right-of-way and 15-foot setback.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but when you have a project that the stucco patio walls are what we're seeing up against the curb, I still think that it should be set back farther from the sidewalk. So, thank you.
Okay, with that, do you have enough direction on that? And we will have the motions, so I guess we'll cast our votes. Okay. Yeah, you closed the public hearing, right? Whoever did, yes, okay, yes. That motion passes with one no vote. So moving on, the next public hearing, one more public hearing, is this is the second public hearing to receive testimony regarding by district elections to the City Council. And our City Attorney, Daryl Piper, is going to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, the City Council is holding a second public hearing to consider changing the city's at-large election system to a by-district system. In an at-large system, the mayor and all council members are elected by the entire city. But in a by-district election...
Please, hold on. Please be respectful and be quiet because we're trying to carry on the rest of our meeting. People who leave in, please take it out in the lobby, okay? Thank you.
In a by-district system, 4 council members are elected from individual districts and the mayor is elected at large. On March 28th, the City Council adopted 2 resolutions expressing, first, its intent to move to district elections, and second, establishing the criteria that would be used to establish district boundaries. And following the adoption of those resolutions, it held its first public hearing to move to by-district elections. Tonight, we're holding the second public hearing. I know it's difficult to have a public discussion about districts without something to look at, like a map. However, state law requires 2 public hearings before we're permitted to present any kind of a map. So this is the second public hearing, and notwithstanding what I think is some confusion that results from public hearings and no map, that is what state law, for better or for worse, requires of us. Now, following tonight's public hearing, the city's demographer will prepare 1 or more proposed district maps for public review and comment. In order to assist public participation in this process, the demographer is going to prepare a public participation kit containing the information necessary to both review draft maps and to put excuse me, and potentially to prepare alternative maps of your own if desired. That kit should be available in 7 to 10 days. Following the presentation of a draft map or maps from the demographer, we'll have 2 more public hearings to consider those maps as well as any other maps proposed by members of the public. These public hearings are noticed pursuant to the Vista Municipal Code. They're also announced in English and Spanish on the city's website, both on the front page and a click-through to a more expanded explanation in English and Spanish. And they're also featured in Vista's Community Connections publication that comes out weekly. Then, following the 4th public hearing, the City Council may adopt a map and choose the sequence by which districts will vote for council members in 2018 and 2020. As was mentioned at the first public meeting, under state law, the city has a 90-day window from March the 28th in which to take action to convert from at-large to by-district elections. The 90th day is Monday, June the 26th, the day before June the 27th, our last meeting in June. Therefore, the last regular meeting at which the City Council can introduce an ordinance is Tuesday, June the 13th. This 90-day clock is the state's invention, not ours, so I apologize for that as well. Now, no one from the city's demographer, National Demographic Corporation, was available to be at tonight's hearing due to the large number of other agencies, such as Oceanside and others that are going through this same process. Their presentation from the March 28th meeting was included as part of tonight's agenda. It's also available in print on the city's website, and it's also available in video on the city's website for anyone interested in seeing that particular presentation. All written and oral communications from tonight's meeting will be forwarded to the demographer to assist them in preparing the draft map. Mayor, that concludes my remarks. I'd be pleased to answer any questions from the council, or otherwise it would be appropriate to hear from members of the public who wish to speak on this issue.
Okay, if I have no questions, I will take the speakers now. Okay. The first speaker is Arcela Nunez, followed by Ana Ardon.
Good evening. Buenas tardes. The redistricting process that is being undertaken in this city offers a monumental opportunity to engage people, to engage everyone in the way that we want voting rights protected. And this is, of course, a guarantee given to all of us under the 14th and 15th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. And although my intent today is not to give a U.S. history lesson or a government lesson, this is an opportunity for us as we represent Universidad Popular, a community education initiative that does dedicate every Tuesday evening to learning about the political process in our community. So as such, one of the issues that we are dealing with on a weekly basis is where are there opportunities for people from our community to provide input, particularly in ways where language is not a barrier and where we are able to engage half of the population of the city of Vista that are Spanish speakers. So what I'm asking today, essentially as a beneficiary myself of voting rights protections, is that the council consider doing more than the minimum that is required, possibly doing an additional forum that is conducted in Spanish so that your constituents who are Spanish speakers and want to be engaged in this process can do so without those barriers. Additionally, we are requesting that you consider doing that forum outside of this particular meeting, where it might be in a location that is more accessible to community members, where people feel safe participating. And we believe that providing these meaningful opportunities to engage and participate will benefit everyone in our community, especially as we move forward to being inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. Ana Ardon, followed by Cipriano Vargas.
Good evening. My name is Ana Ardon, and I'm a resident of Vista. I am here to express my support on the decision by the City Council to create districts and to change the way council members are elected in our city. However, I am concerned at the lack of targeted efforts to inform the community about this very important process. It wasn't until a few days ago that I learned about it myself. Vista is the home to many Latino families. Close to 50% of the population in the city are Latino. Yet the City Council has done little or nothing to reach out to this large segment of the population. I spent most of my time, the better part of my work week, working with families, Latino families, Spanish-speaking families in the political process as a community educator. And my role as a community educator is to let them know that as they learn about the political process and as they become citizens, that they will be part of voting to elect the representatives. I'm here to encourage the City Council to establish clear plans to inform the Latino community. We want to make sure these forums are accessible to everyone. It is important that they be held in Spanish, in community-friendly settings, at dates and times that works for the community, for working-class people. There is one opportunity to conduct this process, and we want to make sure that it's conducted in an equitable manner. I'm here to ask the City Council to make this a transparent process, that we need more opportunities to provide our opinions and recommendations for action. We want to make sure that our voices are heard by those who will make these decisions. We request the City Council to expand the number of public hearings and prioritize the engagement of the Latino community by offering these forums outside of City Council meetings and in Spanish. These public hearings must be separate from City Council meetings. And as a member of the Latino community of Vista, I hope you will reach out to us, the leaders of our community, to ensure that we are represented in this process. Thank you.
Cipriano Vargas, followed by Karina Contreras.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. First of all, thank you for voting on this process and moving us in the right direction. I'm here once again to talk about the process of engaging our entire community. I was really impressed at the last City Council meeting when National Demographic Corporations talked about three things: empower, educate, and engage the community. So far, I have seen this very limited. You cannot empower a community that has not been educated, and you cannot educate a community that has not been engaged. Tonight, we have the second public hearing. After this meeting, it is expected that the demographer will come back with district maps, and he can look at the data, and he can look at the demographics, but the community needs to be part of the process, that we need to be able to provide the input. We know our city best. We know our communities of interest. Not the demographer. He doesn't live in Vista. We do. And we want to be part of this process. Now, I am requesting that you please consider public hearings outside of City Council meetings, and that you provide the opportunity even for online submissions. Not everybody can be at City Council meetings. We have 98,000 plus residents. They're not all here tonight, but I'm pretty sure that if we outreach, they want to be part of the process. They want to be engaged. The public starter kits, I believe they should have been done and submitted and sent out to our communities a long time ago. Because the fact that the demographer is going to come out with the maps and we don't even know the process, I'm having to look up information on what is a community of interest. What do I need to write? How do I need to express myself? So that I can be an informed citizen and that this can be a fair and transparent process. But not everybody in the city of Vista is going to be willing or has the capacity or the knowledge to do the same. And so there was a member of the community that spoke at the last time of the lack of Latino engagement. And maybe this is true when we limit the engagement of the community. Let's make this a fair process. Let's make this a transparent process. And let's get our entire community involved. Not just Latinos, everybody. We are all Vista. And so I'm once again recommending the following things: expanding the number of public hearings, that you provide the opportunity for us to talk with the demographer. The fact that this is the second public hearing and we can't have a back and forth conversation, we can't ask questions, we can't talk about the process, is not equitable. Just like all of you in front of me, I care about Vista. I love Vista, and I want what's best for the community, our community. let's make sure that we do this with the community input, that we are due diligent in the process, and that we are transparent in the process. My 3 minutes are up, and I haven't even started with the community interest. That's a whole nother email that I'll have to send to y'all in the next couple of days. And hopefully, you all take into account not just my input, but the input of the entire community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anthony Juarez. First Karina Contreras, then Anthony Juarez.
Hello. My name is Karina Contreras. I was fortunate enough to be here at the first public hearing. We're halfway through. I happen to live in one of the blighted areas that Amanda Rigby. It actually made me really happy to hear you say that we're not really we're underserving that with the proposal for new dwelling units going in there. I'd like to carry that sentiment into the by-district elections because we're definitely not serving that part of the community. We need to engage the community. They have every right to have their voice heard. And listen, it's not even just about these segments of the population that are underserved. Even people that are usually typically pretty engaged with politics at a local level or even at a national level. I've talked to a lot of people and they have no idea that this is going on. So this train is moving really fast. It's going too fast. We need to step back, let the community have a conversation, not where there's a timer for 3 minutes and I don't really get to hear anything back. It's absolutely necessary at this point. I'm really glad that we have these participation kits coming out. But, like Cipriano said, they're coming too late. It's better than nothing, but we're already halfway through the process. And, City of Vista is not about doing the minimum. We've never been about just doing bare minimum. So I think that we really need to take the opportunity here that has been given to us to engage the public. We do need to have discussions outside of this council chamber. This place is a safe place, but it can be very intimidating for some people. I dearly do love Vista, and I understand that this by-district election whole thing is coming from an outside source, and a lot of people are skeptical about it. I had no idea it was happening, caught me by surprise, but the thing is that it's going forward, so we need to make sure that we engage our citizens here. We have lived here for a long time, and we deserve better than to be halfway through the process at this point. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony Juarez, followed by Mary Jo Poole. Is Anthony here? Oh, they're coming, okay.
Good evening, y'all. Me llamo Anthony Juarez. My name is Anthony Juarez. I was raised in Vista. I'm a proud Vista High School graduate and Cal State San Marcos student. And I'm proud to call Vista my home. First, I'd like to congratulate the City Council for embarking on a process to ensure that all of us who call Vista our home get the proper representation in City Council. I want to ask the City Council and Mayor Ritter to move the by-district election discussion out of the City Council meeting and into the community forum with accommodations in Spanish. We community members want to be part of this process. And I'm here to ask you to make sure that all Vista, regardless of our busy schedules and our language barriers, are represented for a more egalitarian approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Jo Poole, followed by Kathleen Lambert.
Hello, here we are looking at by-district elections. Thank you for voting in favor of them. I can't tell you how exciting it is. I've lived in the North Santa Fe corridor that you've just been talking about so much for 20 years. And that corridor has been badly neglected for 20 years. It's exciting to see that about 48%, 50% of the population that is Latino population, most of that area is Latino population, may actually have some really good representation in that area. For example, the 305 apartment complex, am I wrong? Did you show a picture of what that will even look like on this screen tonight? I don't recall seeing it, and I thank Amanda Rigby, Councilwoman Rigby, for being concerned about what this area is going to look like. What are you guys trying to do? Right? You're going to put an apartment complex right along the corner? That's why we need district representation. Right? We haven't had the state of the city. We don't even get to go to that. It's $60 over in Shadow Ridge. Who can go to that? Right? And I understand that there's a lot going on in our town right now, but our community deserves to know what's going on. All of our community. And that, like I said, I've lived there 20 years, and the city does the absolute minimal possible what they can do to make sure things are taken care of. Trees. Why can't we have trees? I'm looking at the climate action plan that you all have. You're supposed to be planting trees. We don't have any trees on North Santa Fe. When I walk, I go to Shadow Ridge because that's where all the trees are. Right? That's how you do our city, right? And I don't care if you grew up there. I don't care if you live there. If you don't live there now, you're not representing it very well, okay? So I'm just, I landed in Vista by accident, and it's grown on me. I don't know why, but it has. It's grown on me. And part of it's because of the small town flavor of it, and you all are destroying that. You are all destroying that with the 126 units down here, the 305 units up there. You put in a community center with the school district, and it's supposed to be for the community, and that's one of the best kept secrets in this town over at Vista Park Academy, right? And the only reason that y'all got that was because of the people who live in this community, right? The demographics, the working class, the poor, right? The concentrated population. And you've kept that a very, very hidden secret. So anyway, so I'm thrilled about these. So I look forward to the next hearing. Thank you.
Kathleen Lambert.
Thank you. I, like others, was thrilled that you voted for to district the area for elections. And I also remember after that vote that there were at least a couple of you that encouraged us to get involved as a community. I think that Amanda, did you say you were surprised that there weren't more people here at this city council meeting last time? And I think that there are certainly a lot more people here this time. So I was encouraged last time, but I have to tell you that even though I am graduate school educated, I had more questions than answers from the presentation that the demographer gave last time. And he was nice enough to meet with me out in the parking lot for a half an hour after that meeting last time to answer a lot of questions. And he did a great job, and I think you have a great choice in him. But I don't see any other opportunities for the community to get involved or other people to get the answers to the questions that they have. And so, like so many others who have already spoken tonight, I too would like to request that we have outside meetings, educational meetings for dual purposes, both for the demographer and the council to hear input from the residents of those districts, as well as for all the residents to get their questions answered and to get educated. And I would like to add that I think that at least one of those meetings should be conducted in Spanish. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of our speakers. Council, and it looks like I have a lot of you have your buttons pushed, so Councilmember Rigby, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do want to say thank you to everyone who came out here tonight. I am excited to see more faces in the audience than we had last time, and I was very surprised about that. I do want to address Ms. Poole. There you are. I know you were talking, you made a comment about the State of the City address and that people not coming to Shadow Ridge. We did actually take it on the road a couple of years ago. We did, I think, 4 or 5 State of the City addresses throughout the community, and nobody came. We put it on the email blast that we have. It was through the Facebook. It was through flyers around the community. We put it out as best we could, and I think in one of the 5 that we did, the only 2 people there that weren't staff were news people. So we have tried to do that, and I just wanted to let you know, it doesn't sound like you got word about it, but nobody came to those when we did them out in the community. So we did try to do that. And despite the way we got here with the districts, how we're being led down this path, I agree that we need to get more people involved. We need to get the community say on this. And I will reiterate what the city attorney said, that according to the law, you have to have 2 public hearings behind you before you can even address making your district maps. And so that's what we're doing here tonight, is fulfilling that requirement. And then we can get down into the weeds, into the details, and do the district mapping that we want to look at. And a lot of that feedback will come from the community. And I understand, Mr. City Attorney, that there is an option that we can purchase from whoever it is to put online a tool for the community to go on our website and create the map, a district map, so people can put in what their idea of the district, 4 districts would look like. Is that correct? My understanding is $10,000 to $12,000 for the city to purchase that software?
There are 2 options that would be available at this point, one of which is a website through which the kit can be obtained, so that no one has to come in to get it, you can get it online. The other, which is being used down south, is an interactive website where you can actually design maps online. And yes, I believe, let me check the price on that, is $9,500. However, the demographer says that after they've started the map process, it would take roughly, at a minimum, 2 weeks, possibly 3 weeks to put that online, which puts it online somewhere in the middle of May.
Right. Going back to the kit that you say can be put online, can you reiterate what is the kit?
The kit is all of the statistics related to voting, which is actually on the slide that is part of the PowerPoint presentation, a discussion of the criteria that you have to follow, and a blank set of a blank map with outlines, I believe they are of the precincts in the city, and an Excel spreadsheet that you can then use to build a map to make sure that you come within the 10% requirements and that your demographics work out correctly.
Okay, thank you for that. That sounds kind of intensive for the average person to want to sit at their computer and do that. It's a bit onerous in my book to do that way. And so if we wanted to do the interactive website, and you say it takes too long for it to get set up to be usable, and we would be too far into our allotted time to do this, how is it that you anticipate getting community feedback on the maps?
Well, the community feedback on the maps can come in 2 different ways, at least. One, at the public hearings, which we anticipate having the demographer available for those public hearings. It was not available tonight due to schedule conflicts. The second is the council could choose to have public forums, not public meetings, but not public hearings, but public forums, or a forum in the community with the demographer present to handle all the Q&A that goes on, present the maps, respond to questions like, well, why can't you make that little piece go down there? Well, then we have to take another piece up here. Those kinds of issues that come along. And obviously, in terms of the kits, those kits, which I think are most likely to be used by community groups, more so than individuals, can come back online through email to be presented to the demographer to be woven into the process.
And when would the kit online be available?
Should be available in 7 to 10 days.
Okay. And I also am a big fan of getting it out into the community, and I did have on my list to talk about a workshop versus a public hearing. So I would like to see us do workshops so that we could have the open dialogue and the maps and Sharpies and Post-it notes and whatever it is we're going to use to identify these. So I would like to see us do at least one of the workshops, if not making what we do here at council chambers later in the evening for people to get here from work. But I'd like to take it out into the community, and I would like to do at least one of them on a Saturday so that we can get as much feedback as we can from the community on a Saturday. And I don't know if it's picking one Saturday, and we do one maybe at Vista High School, if we can use the gymnasium over there, if they'll open up the school to the community to do one at Vista High School and maybe one at RBV High School, and then maybe another one in another area of the city. So I would like, and if that's one Saturday, we do Vista High School in the morning, we do RBV in the early afternoon, and then we do a third location later on that evening. That's what I would suggest that we do. And as much as I like the idea of having the interactive website so that people can create the map, if it's going to come to us too late in the game, I'm not sure that would be good stewards of the taxpayer money to do it that way. But I would like to see us do a Saturday workshop, at least one Saturday workshop where people can talk to us and talk to the demographer and hands-on what their ideas are for the districts. So, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Thank you. Do we already have facility or directions to make an online submission? I assume that one can use the info@cityofvista.com email address to submit their thoughts on this topic.
That's certainly possible at the present time, but again, as has been noted here tonight, without a map, there's not much to be specific about.
But further in the process,
yes, absolutely.
Do we have a contact form where somebody can send a general message through to the city, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Can we, somewhere in our online materials, can we link to that again and note that would be a place that if one wanted to submit written comments, that they could do so?
I was going to say perhaps what we could do is just make a separate page for this issue in general, so it's not going to
have a separate web form.
Yes, we're actually anticipating a website that is just unique to this process.
Sure, or a page.
And that so anyone can find it and use all of the materials that will be there.
Sure, and that'll be linked directly from the homepage at cityofvista.com. Yes. Okay. So I think that addresses the reasonable request that there should be online submission potential. So I think we will be doing that. I'm going to reiterate some things that have already been said. The attorney that threatened a lawsuit against the City of Vista made the decision to send his letters to our city and numerous other cities at the same time. There are a limited number of specialists that specialize in drawing lines and demographer, demographic specialty. There's a limited number of people that do that There was not somebody here in Vista. I think we had to go to Los Angeles County to find somebody that had a competency in that. And so that, there's just a limited number of people that do it. It is not a like, tree trimming or something where there's somebody in every city that does that. So that being said, Mr. Shankman has put us into the position of being forced. So the fact that our demographer is not here tonight is by his own design. Had he had intention of cities, had he cared more about good government and what was right for the city of Vista than he cared about lining his own pockets with the threat of lawsuit and trying to remunerate himself, then perhaps he would have spread these letters out one every month or one every 90 days. That way only one city at a time would have been under the gun. But he did not choose to do that. And this state law required us to begin our process or face this legal threat. So the 90-day time frame was imposed upon us, not by our choice. And I think the state legislature was very clear that they intended an above-average quantity of public input on this process when the state law dictated there would be 5 public hearings. We have not had 5 public hearings on any matter during my tenure on the council. So I believe it is an extraordinary quantity of community outreach and opening the council to have dialogue on this subject. But as far as the timeline and being rushed and not being able to give proper tools, this was by the design of the proponents of this initiative. So I would urge those who have a frustration to direct their frustrations in writing or comments directly to our state assembly members and members of the state Senate who devised this law. And I would also urge you to write a letter to Mr. Kevin Shankman. Isn't that the attorney's name that wrote us this letter and put us on this path? I think his address is, you could locate it on Google. And if you have disagreements with his course of action, I say you send him a letter and let him know about it, because we're not very happy about it either. So I see some agreement with my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, you can't talk from the audience.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, and I think I noticed several individuals address the council, at least partly, in the Spanish language tonight. And I'd just like to call on whether there's a community volunteer that's bilingual that would assist with translation. I think that would be a great service, that perhaps we got somebody in the room here that would be willing to provide that service. I'm not a native Spanish speaker. I studied Spanish for 2 years and would be more than happy to do my best to communicate with somebody in Spanish. But if there's somebody here that would help, I certainly be willing to take comments and input from any Spanish-speaking member of our community. Would appreciate if there was a volunteer in the community that would be willing to help the council with that. The other comment I wanted to make about, I think there's some risk of overcomplicating this. I think the law asks us to endeavor to follow major roadways, to maintain contiguous communities, and then to obviously accomplish the ends that are the purpose of the law, to draw the majority-minority district. So, my suggestion is, if I have been looking at the map. I have a precinct-level map of the city of Vista that I got. It's available from the Registrar of Voters. I have that hanging in my office. And I have taken a look at what some contiguous areas would be along major roadways that would make sense. It's certainly, this is my input to the council and the community. I'm going to fight for a map that makes sense without bizarre shapes, one that we draw the most compact, straight lines from A to B that we can. This is not an effort to gerrymander. And I'm going to resist any effort by any person to create a gerrymandered result. We don't want gerrymandering in our city. We want a process where one man, one vote, and everybody has the same right to participate. So I think, as we think about this, and this is also sort of a general to the public, we at some point risk overcomplicating whether we're going to include this curb or, we want to not break neighborhoods apart. We want to travel along major roadways so that people have a clear understanding of which district they're in and they know who their representative is. But what we don't need to be doing, other than complying with the edict of the California Voting Rights Act, is we don't need to be drawing bizarre shapes that are intended to confuse people. But I think that follows the letter and the intent of the law. I wanted to reply, too, to some comments that were made that I strongly disagreed with, particularly the idea that we're, quote, ruining the city. I don't agree with that. I think we've worked very hard up here to improve the city. I think we all care about our community. Everybody in this room tonight, you're my neighbors, and I care about you, and I care about your homes. I care about our community. It's my community. I'm your neighbor. I live here in the same place that you do. So we do care about it. And it is my earnest belief, as was said, that there has been no development in the last 20 years. And I think the reason for that is because the standards that we put into place several years ago didn't exist. And what we were doing tonight to change the new standards in other parts of the city, we wanted to maintain the impetus for people to bring new investments to that North Santa Fe area. And I feel very strongly that our actions are designed to incentivize development and investment. And where right now vacant lots are the pathways to get to school, developers might hopefully build sidewalks and put 10% landscaping instead of bare dirt. I would just strongly disagree with that perspective that was raised. In the south part of the city, there was a desire for investment. The city of Vista did not plant trees in the south part of the city. The developer that built the neighborhood did. And so we're trying to bring development that makes sense and that does increase quality of life and increase property values and decrease crime and make a stronger, safer community. That's our intent. I don't know what nefarious goal that one could surmise we had in mind, but that, those are our intentions, is to build a stronger, safer, better community for all of us to live in. And any assertions to the contrary, I think, are disrespectful to neighbors. So I'd just like to remind everybody that we're all neighbors. The State of the City is not a City of Vista event. It's not hosted or paid for by the city. It's hosted by the Chamber of Commerce. I think it's a great idea. Perhaps we bring the address that the mayor delivers. Perhaps we could redeliver that address at some point here at the city's public facility and make that a free event open to all. I think that's a good idea, so I appreciate that comment. I think those are all the comments that I had right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
All right. First of all, thank you guys all for hanging out. It's good to see a packed house still at this point in the meeting. Normally after that hour's up and those high school students run out, we have a better meeting. So thank you guys for being here. This is meeting 2 of the districting elections. If I could just say hi, you're a Stege family in the back. How you guys doing back there? Sorry, they've been ADD, my bad. But I want to let you guys know, if you were here last meeting, I talked about this districting election thing, and you heard a lot of passion from me. You heard a lot of outrage, a lot of Joe Green, heart on my sleeve. All right, and it is because I've lived in Vista my whole life, and that letter that came from that Kevin Shankman attorney was offensive, and it made me mad. And I wish I could have just said, "What's up, Kevin?" and wrestled him outside, but that wasn't an option. The truth is, districting is a microcosm of our entire country, just like California is a state, and there's different counties in California, there's different cities. The districting is coming, and regardless of how I feel about it or why it's here, in the end, I feel like it is going to be okay for Vista, because we are Vista every day, and we do love our town as a whole, and this can be a great opportunity for people who didn't think their voices were going to be heard to be heard. And I don't like the way that it was shoved down my throat, just like my council members don't like the way it was shoved down our throat. But the truth is, whether we like it or not doesn't really matter. What our job is to sit up here and say, hey, what's best for Vista? We're moving to districting elections, period. There's no two ways about it. This is our second hearing. We're going to have 4 public hearings. I also highly recommend that we have a workshop. It's my understanding to have a demographer come down and meet with the community. It costs us about $2,000, all right? So I suggest we pay that money to have the demographer answer all of your questions. I also suggest that it is off-site here. I like the idea of one Saturday, all of us rolling around to different meetings throughout our community and fielding questions and, hearing what you guys are asking the demographer. I think that's something that we need to do. Additionally, when it comes to the starter kits, 7 to 10 days until they're available. I'd obviously like to get them to my constituents as soon as possible. So if we could make a phone call on that, say, hey, we're going to pay you the $3,500 or whatever it costs for those starter kits. Maybe when you take our money, you can give us our product, how things typically work. I'd hope we could get them as soon as possible. But just to my Vistans who are here and Vistans who are listening, whether you like it or not, it doesn't really matter. What we need to do is say we love Vista and we want to do what's best for Vista. And whether you live in Shadow Ridge or you live off the Bobier area, or you live in the hills of Vista where I live now, or you live in the Townside area, no matter where you live, we want to hear from you, and we want you to know that your voice is heard. And before you guys spoke today, we didn't have a workshop on the dockets. We didn't know you wanted to have a workshop outside of Vista. I've heard that repeatedly. Hey, we don't want it to be here in City Hall. People are intimidated to stand up to that microphone and give their testimony. I don't want to complicate the process at all, but we do get one shot at this. This is history in the making, man. I'm going to be known as the guy who was on the council when Vista went to districts, and so are all you guys. And how we include our community and how we react to adversity and diversity is going to last for years and years to come. So I implore my fellow council members to just take the same path, same response, whether we're happy or not. I'm happy to be elected to this office, and I thank you guys. It was hard, man. I walked over 10,000 homes. I got votes in all these different areas, and yeah, I've lived in all of Vista, and that's an advantage I have. A lot of people don't have that advantage, and the reason I got votes all over is I worked real hard. It was hard to get elected, and it would be easier to only walk a certain neighborhood and represent a certain neighborhood. The fear of our council is that that's going to divide us. You're going to have people only advocating for their districts. And I'd like to say, hey, it's up to you. It's up to you as the citizens to make sure the people you elect in your districts realize that we are Vista every day as a whole, and that the same fire department that serves Townside is the same fire department that serves Shadow Ridge. The same Deputy Sheriff's Association that serves Bobier is the same DSA that serves the Hills of Vista. And 45% of our budget as a whole city goes to public safety. So we need to make sure that we're doing things development-wise, no matter what district you're representing, for the whole of Vista. And I think every council member on here loves our town just like you love our town. And we all feel like we're doing the best that we can for our town. Everybody's not going to agree with what we have to say. If we make everybody happy, we're doing it wrong. I've been married for 20 years, and if my wife agreed with 80% of the stuff I have to say, I would be ecstatic, all right? As a city, we're not going to agree with everything, but we are going to tell you, as your representatives, we're going to do what's best for Vista. And what's best for Vista right now is districting. It is not paying $4.6 million to try to fight it and get it overturned and then have to pay the money again, and eventually it be shoved down our throats no matter what. So let's not look at it as like it's shoving down our throats. Let's look at it as a community and as a council that says, hey, we have an opportunity here to do it right and to make sure that everybody's voices is heard, and that whether you're this dot, or this dot, all your opinions matter, and we're going to look at them collectively and have a mayor at large that's going to oversee that and make sure that we're doing what's best for Vista. So I support the districting. It is what it is. Was I ecstatic about it and ecstatic the way it was presented? Not at all. But am I happy that we're moving forward and that we are involving our community and that everybody's going to have a say in the process? Heck yeah, I am. And we're going to make sure that happens for our city, and I applaud every council member here for making sure that happens as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Aguilera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I agree with Mr. Green. I think he said we should embrace this and work with our community on this. I do support the idea of having workshops on a Saturday. And a couple things that I wrote down, I'd like to see the kits obviously sent out as quickly as possible, made available, I should say, as soon as possible. The web page that are we working on that, or where are we with that?
Consultant is working on that.
Is it possible to put that a Spanish version of the web page as well?
We'll explore that. We've done Spanish on the city's own website, and we'll see how much of the external website can be done that way as well.
So I think that would be important because I think one of the big things I heard from the public is accessibility. That would make it more accessible, of course. Safety, I heard as well. And I think that some people feel safer in their home. They just don't want to come to this meeting and sit through 3 hours of meeting and listening to everything else that doesn't pertain to them. So I would push for that. And then as far as the state of the city, I know I was with the mayor. We were with Mr. De La Fuente. We did those for several years, actually. Boys and Girls Club was the one that I remember the most. So I know we did those. Unfortunately, we didn't get the participation that we really had hoped to get. But I'm definitely willing to do the State of the City again if the mayor is, and we can do that. I just think it's important that we get the community involved. And I don't have a problem with spending a Saturday doing that, or another a couple Saturdays, whatever it takes. I think as long as a couple of the council members can be there, hopefully all 5 of us can make it with our schedules. I think that would be good to hear from the community directly, and I would like to hear what the demographer has to say as well, because just like you, I have a hard time understanding what I heard the other night as well, and I'm still trying to figure it out myself. So the more times we hear it, maybe the better we'll understand it. So that's really the only points I want to make. I don't want to continue on, but I'm glad you're all here. I appreciate that we had this kind of a turnout on an evening like this, and I hope to see more of you in the future as well. Thank you.
And I just have a couple questions. When we do these districts, do the population have to be equal, and each district has to be equal in each of the 4 districts? Is that correct, or close, within 5% or something?
It's a plus or minus 10% margin.
Plus or minus 10% margin, okay, in each
But
district.
taking into account also demographic trends, so that if you expect a district to grow, you might not come as close to your margin, so that you have room to grow without going outside those bounds.
Okay, and then as far as the kit, are the kits going to be online only? Is that how to get them?
That'll be the primary source. Obviously, we can have some here at City Hall, but I think most people would find it more convenient to get them off a website.
Okay, and then another thing we talked about gerrymandering, but just so everybody knows, our council members are spread out in four corners of the city. So I don't see, if there were 3 council members close together, then you'd say, there might be some of that. But they're all in 4 corners of the city, so I don't see anything about that. So anyway, those are just my comments, and I agree with the other comments, and we're not liking to do this either, but it's been put upon us, and we're going to do the best we can with it. So with that, what do you need, a motion? No motion, that's just information?
It's just the public hearing, there's no action on the agenda, so there's no need for a motion, only to close the public hearing. But I think staff understands that you'd like us to arrange, at a minimum, one community forum outside of the council chambers, preferably on a weekend. We'll have to see if it can be on a Saturday. It might have to be on a Sunday. As noted, the demographers are busy running around to all of the cities that have received letters, and so we will have to work within their schedule, but I'm sure that we can accommodate a minimum of one in that time period, and we'll also ensure that at a minimum translation is available.
Yeah, I think it would be nice to have one done in Spanish for the Spanish speakers, so that would be my request. So, I got more buttons. Deputy Mayor Franklin.
Yeah, if we're going to have 4 districts, then I'd like to have 4 meetings, 1 in each district.
I was going to say that also, because to be fair, if you're going to have 4 districts, you got to have 1 in each area. So,
yep.
Okay, that's good. And Councilmember Aguilera?
I just wanted to make...
I'm not sure that will actually be possible within the time frame and within the constraints of the availability of the demographers, but we could certainly strive to have 1 north and 1 south if might meet the same needs.
Well, I don't know that we necessarily have to have the demographer at each of those meetings. But certainly we can have them maybe at one south and one north. I mean, we have city facilities probably in all four corners of the district, be it a public park or, a school, or there certainly are places to hold a meeting, even if it's just an opportunity for people to gather in their own neighborhood and give feedback. This is the result of breaking the city into 4 districts. I want to make sure that people in each of the districts, including the one I might represent, are represented and have an opportunity to meet in their respective districts to give information. They don't necessarily have to be formal public hearings that would meet the definition under the law, but if we could agree as a council that we're going to make city facilities available, I wouldn't have a disagreement with perhaps each member of the council might want to volunteer to host a meeting, and perhaps we could be allowed use of a city facility or shared facility at the school. And I think at all those meetings, all of the council members should be welcome. But if members of the council wanted to take it upon themselves to organize a meeting with some assistance from the staff, because obviously attending, we're going to have 3 more hearings we're all going to be at. But if we're going to add meetings, it might be difficult for all of us to attend 4 meetings. I'm just thinking out loud here. We have facilities, and if we each wanted to reach out to our own neighborhoods and try and bring people together to hear the presentation, go over the materials, and receive feedback, I certainly be willing to do that in my neighborhood. And those are my thoughts.
Okay. And so, Councilmember Aguilera?
Oh, yeah, I think my question got answered. The city attorney said that we would make Spanish translation available, right?
Yes, I don't know that either of the demographers personally speak Spanish, but obviously translation will be available at least one of the meetings. The way that the cities have conducted these is that the workshops are handled by the demographer. He's there, one of them is there to present the maps, answer the questions, explain the technicalities, and those have not been public hearings. Typically, they could be if enough council members wanted to attend. Obviously, we could agendize it and make it one of the 4 public hearings, but the workshops have been the forum for the demographer to personally interact with the members of the community.
Okay. Any further? Oh, there they go again. Okay. Councilmember Rigby.
Yes, I like the idea of agendizing it and making one, if not all of the workshops public hearings, because I think that's the point of the public hearing. I mean, we don't need to have this meeting again. I don't think. We already did it once before, and we're doing it again, and it hasn't really hasn't accomplished a lot except dialogue and wishful thinking. But when we talk about the 4 different districts, and as the mayor said, we already are all in 4 different parts of the city. Unlike another city, I know that 3 of the council members live on the same street or next door, and they carpool to City Hall. We don't have that here in Vista. We're all spread out already. So I would like to see, like I said, have 2 or 3, and just off the top of my head, Vista High, RBV, maybe Grapevine Elementary over on the one side, and then something, the rec center at Bringle Terrace. I don't know, just to bring those communities out and bring them together. I think that's a great idea, but absolutely to agendize these workshops and make them part of the official process. And I think it's important enough, we talk about our calendars. Yes, we're busy, we do a lot of events, and we have a lot of meetings, but we have to do the best for our city. This is happening. We need to do it right, and we need to provide the best that we can. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that our calendars avail us to these meetings, however we have to schedule them.
Councilmember Aguilera.
I think I forgot what I was going to say. It just had to do with the number of meetings. I mean, it would be great if we could have 4, but we don't even know what the districts will be yet, so we don't really know where we would hold those meetings. I think if, it would be great if we could do the 4, but at least have one in the south, because I think there's different concerns there, and in at least one in the north. Obviously, in the townside area, my suggestion would be at the Linda Road Center, where I think everybody knows, well, maybe not everybody knows, but the city has really made, that place is packed. I've been there many, many times, and it gets a lot of use. But this would help in marketing the place and letting people know where it's actually at. And I think Bill will help me fill that room. So I think that's where we need to have one of the meetings.
Okay. Councilmember Franklin, or Deputy Mayor, can you remember what you were going to say?
I think actually some of my comments were already made, but if we could schedule as many meetings on the same day as possible, so we don't have to pay the demographer to drive from LA County or wherever he is, if we could maximize his time for economy of the taxpayers' dollars, I think that would be good. And then I think I would make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Can we have, and we have our minutes, can we have them, if we have them the same day, can they all be public hearings? Or they have to have a public hearing just one a day? Or can you have 3 public hearings in one day?
We could have multiple public hearings. The demographer charges on a per hearing basis. So
he does?
you don't need to worry about travel time. And I'm not sure how many the demographer can physically handle on a single day.
He must
That
be an
would
attorney
up to
too.
them.
Well, I know you're a shrewd negotiator, so maybe we can get a forfeit.
I'll second.
Okay, so is that, we got a motion?
Yeah.
And a second, and do you want us to vote then?
I don't know if we
Are we voting on this, or is this information? Yes, we are.
Close the
Okay.
public hearing.
We close the public hearing. Wait, what are we voting on?
Just closing the public hearing.
Oh, do we have to vote on closing the public hearing?
Have a motion, you have a second.
We're
Motion to
voting.
close public, okay.
Don't argue. Oops.
Don't argue, just vote for close the public hearing. Okay, that passes unanimously. Amazing. Okay, moving on. Let's see, what is our next thing we have on our agenda? Public hearing number 5, which is a public hearing to receive testimony regarding a proposed credit card service fee levy for the eligible credit card transactions. And Finance Director Lauren Warren will introduce the item.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So in an effort to maintain administrative cost while still offering convenient payment options for customers, staff would like to propose a credit card service fee. There are strict rules to follow under this government program offered by the credit card merchants that we utilize, which is Visa and MasterCard. The credit card fee is not allowed or proposed.
Hold on, Lauren.
Sure.
Everybody, could you please be quiet and you're going out so we can conduct our meeting? Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
The credit card fee is not allowed or proposed for any transactions at the Wave, Vistix, or the McClellan Center, and will only be applied to transactions received here at the Civic Center. Additionally, the fee can only be charged a consistent and fixed percentage to all transactions, regardless of the amount, and only at a specified threshold. Customers must be notified in advance of processing the transaction, and the fee will be a separate line item noted on the receipt. So the intent is to recover or offset the majority of the credit card transaction fees. Based upon review of historical transactions and cost, an initial fixed fee of 2.75% is proposed. So our recommendation is to open, conduct, and close a public hearing to consider levying a credit card service fee for eligible credit card transactions and adopt a City Council resolution establishing a credit card service fee for eligible credit card transactions. And I am here with our management analyst, Erin Adams, of the Finance Department. She did the majority of the research and the legwork on this, so we are available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, looks like Councilmember Rigby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think recouping, this is basically recouping what the city is paying out for these fees, and I think that's a good thing for the city to get that money back. So I would, move to close the public hearing and approve this as presented.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Franklin.
The question that I have for staff is, do we offer the ability to pay by ACH bank debit in the majority of these, particularly the larger items, business license fee, development impact fees? Are we providing an electronic option that is free? Or, because I think what we're going to do, if we put a tax or an additional fee, I think what's going to happen is people are going to elect. I know I will not pay my business license fee any longer via credit card. However, because I'm not going to pay an extra 2.75% on my license fee, why would I do that? So I would mail you a check, and then you'd have a cost of processing the check, which there is a cost to us to process every piece of paper, so that we are still living in the internet age and and making technology available. Are we going to make sure that we allow, because I'd be happy to plug my bank account number in, that transaction, I know because I used to work in the industry many years ago, is like sub 50 cents. And I think here at City Hall, we should have PIN pads and allow people to use their debit card. And I think the going rate's actually about 36 cents to process a debit card transaction. It's usually a flat fee regardless of the amount. And I think if we're going to levy a fee on credit cards, that we should allow people to use a debit card if they want to use a debit card, for, I would say for free. I'd be willing to pay the 36 cents. So fee with a credit card or free with a debit or checking account withdrawal. I just want to make sure we're utilizing technology to provide options to taxpayers so that we maintain our status as a technology-friendly city and we don't increase our administrative burden in processing payments.
Sure, we do accept payments by cash, credit card, check, as well as electronic fund payments. Right now, we are not able to accept debit cards, which is due to our hardware equipment. So we can accept a debit card, but it'll run it through as a credit card transaction and would apply the fee.
Have we looked at the cost of obtaining PIN pads that work with our software?
We're currently working with software providers on the chip and PIN system, which at that point, we should be able to add in the equipment and look into those costs.
So you're going to raise $40,000 in new revenue to offset expenses.
We're offsetting the expenses is our intent.
But we're going to raise $40,000 new revenue, correct?
We anticipate spending between $40,000 and $50,000 per year this year in credit card fees.
I would like to see that additional revenue in the first year used to get the PIN pads so that if somebody gets a ticket and they come to City Hall, that they can pay their ticket via debit card. We're going to have $40,000 less outgo or revenue offset, however you want to. We have the money now to pay for the PIN pad facility. So I would like to. I don't want to revenue on our citizens. I don't ever want to do that. I want to charge actual costs for actual services. And so I don't want this to be a revenue item where we're like, well, we don't want to do debit card because then we'll lose the fee. I don't. But I know that's not the intent.
That's not.
No, I know that's not the intent.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we are we're technology friendly just as much as Starbucks is. I just want to make sure we're, or whatever your favorite retail or, other, institution that does retail transactions. Just want to make sure that that's a priority for us and that we're going to allow people to have a lot of options to pay us that don't require the additional fee. I'd kind of like to hear from my fellow council members on whether there's agreement with that idea of, we're talking probably thousands, I'm sure, of dollars in costs, but probably less than 10,000, I would hope, unless we're really doing something wrong, to get PIN pads in at the cashier's office.
And as Ms. Warren stated, we're already in the process of doing that for the chip. And so we'll look at what the additional fee is to do a PIN pad.
Right. If it's less than $10,000, then I'd like to suggest that we make it an automatic that we're going to do that.
Sure it is.
Well, but is the point of this to recover the charges that we have to pay in order to have credit cards?
Exactly, but if somebody makes a debit card transaction, we don't pay the same fee as we would with a credit card. So with a credit card, we pay a discount rate that's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like 1.65 all the way up to, it could be as much as 3%.
Right.
But with a debit card transaction, there's a flat fee and typically not a percentage discount rate.
And I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
And if the machines are switched out and the debit card is allowable, and let's just say, for example, it's a 35-cent charge, we would come back to you to put that fee in the code, so that way you
That's
could
fine
authorize
with
that.
me.
Yeah,
that's fine with me.
that's what I was-
Charging the true cost of service, I think, is great. I just want to make sure we provide lower cost options so that folks don't have to pay an additional fee if they don't want to.
Kind of like the property taxes that you can't pay that on a credit card. They have a big charge on there if you pay it by a credit card. I have to send a check off.
Yeah, and it'd be great to just be able to you plug in your bank routing number and checking account number and pay it by electronic funds transfer.
Yeah, that's the easy way.
And
to
if
do
there's a dollar fee for that, you'd pay a dollar fee to prevent mailing a 10-cent envelope and a 49-cent, a stamp and a 30-cent check. So I just want to make sure that we're living in the technology age and that we're providing great customer service and that we're providing lower cost options to all of our residents to pay their obligations to the city.
Okay, we're good. Councilmember Aguilera.
Yeah, I like the idea of using debit cards. I had a different question. My understanding is that the explanation I had was that what we're trying to really avoid is not, well, first of all, our intention was never to raise fees or make money on citizens paying their tickets. That was my question too to staff is, someone's going to pay $100 and we're making $2.75 or whatever. So the issue is the big charges. We have people that come in, developers and that want to charge $30,000 or $40,000 on a credit card. That costs the city a lot of money. So I can see that and I understand and I congratulate staff for coming up with this. I mean, it seems pretty simple, but obviously no one else thought of it before, so thank you. Is it possible to amend our code? Because I know basically if we're going to do it for one, we have to do it for the others. Is it possible to amend the code that you can only use a credit card for up to $1,000? Is that a possibility? And then that way we don't have to. You're saying no? or you're handing off.
Give her an opportunity.
Okay.
So no, that is not allowed under the government program. It applies to all transactions. So you cannot legally charge, anything above 1,000. It's the same fixed rate across all transactions, regardless of amount.
But we couldn't just say. We couldn't just say, hey, only credit card charges up to 1,000 or 2,000, whatever that.
Not allowed by the program.
So it doesn't matter if it's $5 or $50,000.
Regardless of amount, same percentage.
Okay. Well, then I think the debit card option is a good option because I think most people that want to save a few bucks, that'll give them that option. So, all right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Green.
That was my question as well, because I asked the same question about our citizens, and it was the dude who comes in with his black card to get those Amex miles, buddy, and wants to just charge everything on there, and it costs our city an arm and a leg. So I completely agree with not charging our citizens. So I'm glad you're already working on the chip option. It's really sped things up at my local grocery store, and I'm super excited that we're bringing that technology to the city. So, and that was a joke. It didn't speed anything up. Thank you so much, though. Yes, and I understand.
Councilmember Rigby, did you make a motion? You made the motion. Yeah, you made a motion. Did we have a second?
I second that motion.
Joe seconded it, or Councilmember Green seconded it. So, okay, please cast your votes.
Public hearing's closed.
Yeah, the public hearing is closed. Councilmember Rigby closed the public hearing. That motion passes unanimously. So now, back to discussion items. Oh, this is the most exciting one of the night.
Absolutely is.
D1 fiscal year 2017-18 budget overview, and City Manager Patrick Johnson is going to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Purpose of this budget overview is to review the larger components of the budget at a macro level. And we want to receive your direction tonight in the preparation of the upcoming draft budget, which will be hopefully brought before you on May 9th. But before I get started, I just want to thank all the individual departments who have been working very hard on this budget for the past about 6 months now. And we look to review every expenditure that we make in terms of what we put into the budget, and we scrutinize the process. And I do want to thank staff. I specifically want to thank Laura Johnson, who's sitting at the table here. Laura puts in many, many extra hours of work with the budget, and so we appreciate Laura's efforts, as well as Allie Zimmerman, our Assistant City Manager, and Lauren Warm, who just presented, our Finance Director, who takes care of all our finances. So I wanted to start off saying thank you to those. The order of the presentation tonight is going to be, I'll briefly review the revenues and expenditures of the major categories. We'll talk about Prop L briefly, review the subsidies as well. Typically, we look at the subsidies more in depth, but tonight I'll just show you the subsidies and the levels and see if I have your concurrence to move forward. We'll discuss some of the accomplishments from last year as well as your council goals, and then we will talk about a few major issues, one being pensions with CalPERS, the other being the 4th ambulance that was requested to be discussed by the City Council, and additional sheriff's deputies. And then we'll take your direction. So we'll start off with the revenues and expenditures. And there's some good things happening in the economy. Lower rates of unemployment, increased housing prices, property tax is going up as a result of the housing market, and sales tax are doing well as well. In terms of revenues, the total general fund revenues for fiscal year 17-18, and you can see it on the slide there if you can read the print or your handout, is $75.5 million. And the majority of the revenues come from the following sources that you can see on your screen. One is property tax at $21.6 million. And property taxes have increased at a pretty good rate in Vista with the movement in the housing market, and over last year are up 7.8%. Sales tax is at $19.2 million, and this amount excludes the Proposition L sales tax. But the revenues increased consumer demand, also increased businesses over the last few years that have taken hold in Vista, and so it is very healthy. You'll notice that the estimate's far less conservative than the past years, and we are trying to be more realistic in our revenue estimates. And what we are proposing, and I'll bring it up later again, is to put $1.8 million from that sales tax revenue, so to speak, into the PERS reserve fund to help fund the major increases that we're going to be facing, and I'll describe that a little later. Transient occupancy tax is next there, and that's at $1.3 million. Now that our 2 newer hotels, both the Marriott and the Hyatt, are established, this revenue is fairly stable. Franchise fees are at $3.58 million, and with this, it's remained relatively stable as well. We get franchise fees from our waste hauler EDCO. We get franchise fees from the cable providers as well as SDG&E. The one thing that I would like to point out is as energy consumption is reduced, our franchise fees are reducing as well from SDG&E. So while people are saving on energy, it is affecting the revenue source in a very slight way to the city. Next is the Proposition L sales tax, and that's estimated at $7.87 million, not 17, but $7.87 million. And the good news about Prop L is it's adequate to basically last the life of the sales tax in 2037 to be able to provide for the services, not only the bond indebtedness, but also the fire department operations that we put $1.2 million of that towards. And we refunded the bonds a year and a half ago, and because of that, that has allowed us to feel that Prop L will be in good shape through the life of its time. Any questions on revenues? We'll move on to expenditures. As it concerns expenditures, the slide that you see before you has a variety of different expenditures. One of the things I wanted to point out, there's a breakdown of $67.8 million in expenditures, and 8.1 of that is from general government, 44.2 is from public safety, 6.6 from community development, 3.4 million from Public Works, and 5.5 million from Community Services is how it is divvied up. The estimated expenditures for the general fund are currently at 77 million, and that includes operational transfers out for the subsidies that we have. It includes the Prop L sales tax receipts, as well as the PERS Reserve Fund contribution that I mentioned. As you can see at this point in this process, we're currently $1.7 million overexpended. So last year we ended the year using we started the year, I should say, using $1.5 million of beginning fund balance, and this year we're at $1.7 million, and we'll continue to look for areas where we can reduce the budget to get that number down. There are a number of non-discretionary items that we don't have a lot of control over, little to no in some cases, and the first one is public safety. We are in a 5-year contract with the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, and this is year 5, and the projected cost for law enforcement is estimated at $22 million, just slightly over $22 million. And while this is a very large cost, we do, in my opinion, contracting with the Sheriff's Department is the most cost-effective way to provide law enforcement services in Vista. The other public safety item is the Vista Fire Department, and this cost is just slightly under $22 million at this point in time in the budget. And we are finishing year 2 of a 3-year contract with the Vista Firefighters Association. Healthcare is the next one. The city continually monitors healthcare. One of the things that we put a budget estimate in the budget at this point in time, because we don't get our final pricing from our brokers and from our plans, Kaiser and Aetna, and we won't get those until later in this month. So we've got a plug number in there, an average of the last 5 years. I do want to point out that unlike some agencies, Vista does not have any long-term health care cost, meaning we don't provide health care to retirees on the city's dime, and so that is a very good thing from a fiscal management standpoint. The last one there is the Public Employee Retirement System, California Public Employment Retirement System, which is CalPERS, and this will be discussed a little more in detail towards the end of the presentation. Any questions on expenditures? Councilman Franklin? Deputy Mayor? Can you turn your microphone on?
Your microphone on.
Am I understanding you correctly that you're saying that in the current fiscal year that we've overspent our actual revenues or our budget amount by 1.7 million? Can you explain that number to me again?
No, what I was saying is at this point in time, our expenditures outweigh our revenues by 1.7 million in the budgeting process.
Is that because we expect a sort of a balloon amount?
Yeah, it's because what we do is we, like in this case, in the current fiscal year, we used 1.5 million, I believe, of beginning fund balance to balance our budget. And so if the budget were done today, as shown to you, we'd be using 1.7 million of beginning fund balance to balance the budget.
I just want to clarify. So did we overspend our budget?
Yeah, no, the 1.5 from this fiscal year, we anticipate not spending our overall allocated budget. We never get to 100% because departments are very efficient. We don't get to 100%. So we do have some slack there that we know is going to be there that we're using to balance the budget, the 1.5. The 1.7, and I'm sorry if I'm confusing the issue, but the 1.7 for this year is just where we're at this point in time if we were to adopt the budget based on these numbers.
So do you expect that for the current fiscal year that we are going to have actual revenues that will exceed our budgeted expenditures?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, very good. I still don't think I fully understand the 1.7 number, but I'll follow up with you offline. That's just our current deficit, and you're saying by the time we conclude the fiscal year that you believe will be...
That is the current expected gap at this point in time, but as we end the fiscal year, just like a year ago, we had a $1.5 million gap, but as we end the year with year-end fund balance being fairly healthy as it's been the last 4 years, we make up that gap.
Why do we budget to have a gap?
Because we want to provide a certain level of services, and we know that we are going to be able to fund that gap with year-end fund balance. and maybe Ms. Zimmerman or Ms. Johnson can clarify it better than I'm doing right now to help you understand.
Because it just sounds like we have a built-in shortfall, and then we have to true it up. But why not just start from?
Deputy Mayor, you're correct. For the last 7 years since basically the Great Recession, the city has operated in a structural deficit. And what that means is even with all the cuts we've had to make in order to provide adequate services to the community that we do at this level, when you look at our estimated revenues, they are less than our estimated expenditures for the year. But what we do is we make up the difference with the anticipated year-end fund balance. So you have all of your revenues and then another line item. At this point, it would be for $1.7 million. And as we know, because we are scrutinizing our budgeted revenues and expenditures each month, we already know that we will see a year-end fund balance. You can see that just looking at like the second quarter report that you saw last month. And what will happen is we will recommend as part of the final budget that the anticipated 17-18 revenues are put in, as well as an amount of year-end fund balance, which then becomes beginning fund balance, in order to make up that difference. The other option would be to look at cutting more services.
Okay, so what I hear that you just said is that the structural deficit, which I thought that we had eliminated, is not eliminated, but it persists. Is that true?
I would say it persists on paper. We always true it up at the end of the year, obviously, because we don't spend our budget. But you are correct. We are overexpending versus what our anticipated revenues are coming in at. We don't technically call it a structural deficit. We'd love not to do that, but to truly get rid of that 1.5 or that 1.7 million for 17-18 at this point, we would need to cut service levels. We would need to decrease areas to be able to do that.
We had a year-end fund balance. I'm sorry if I'm being dense or obtuse,
No.
but we had a year-end fund balance that was $7 million plus.
You're correct.
So why didn't we take that year-end fund balance and bring ourselves? How can we?
I think what I'm trying to say, and what I think Ms. Zimmerman said, is we do use part of that year-end fund balance to, for lack of a better term, balance the books, and so we rely on that because we know we've never spent 100% of our budget.
But I think I'm understanding you to say that our first I thought I had asked and I thought you had clarified that our budgeted expenditures were less than our actual revenues. In other words, our actual revenues exceeded our budgeted expenditures. And I thought that you had agreed with that statement, but now I'm thinking that we're wrong and that's not the case. Did we budget to spend more money in the current fiscal year than we now believe that we will have in actual revenues?
No. But every year's budget includes a beginning fund balance as part of the revenue sources.
But it's a negative balance, yes? No.
No.
So we took some of last year's year-end fund balance
and plugged it in as a revenue source for next year's budget or this year's budget.
So we're kind of always chasing that amount from out of one budget year into the next.
And that's correct. And that's because we are historically, there's no way to spend 100% of the budget. That would mean that every employee position is always filled. Every contract never comes in under that. There's no savings ever. So we typically spend about 92% of our budget, and that money is what ends up as year-end fund balance.
But now it sounds like you're saying that we didn't have. Now, when you talk about not spending, we only spent 92%. Now it sounds like you're saying that our actual receipts are greater than our budgeted expenditures.
At the end of the year, they are, but at the beginning of the year, they are not.
Well, I'm sure everyone else here understands, but I'll have to follow up later.
We fully balance at the end, but we utilize the prior year-end fund balance to start off the budget.
What I'm saying is, why not true out of 1 year's year-end fund balance, and then not have the problem going forward I mean, it's kind of a paper problem, but you say we'd have to reduce service levels. We approved $7 million in discretionary expenditures out of that year-end fund balance. Couldn't one of those discretionary expenditures for $1.5 million been this problem doesn't exist anymore?
So we already take $1.5 million out of that discretionary money to start the year off or to balance for the next year. But that's not changing the fact that we have more expenses than we have revenues coming in from a general fund standpoint. And one of our goals, and the number was much higher.
So we are
in
still
years past.
budgeting to spend more than our actual revenues. I'm asking the same question numerous times and trying to not play tricks, but I feel like I'm getting. Is there some? What am I missing here? I think I'm asking the same question over and over again, and I feel like I'm not getting the same answer.
We do have
I'll defer to
a long-term goal to reduce the use of beginning fund balance to zero. Unfortunately, we have a lot of costs that we can't control and revenues that, while they're increasing, are not increasing at the pace of some of those costs.
What about that big $7 million discretionary? Couldn't we have just used some of that to fix this problem? Because if we're just pushing it from year to year, if it's about the same amount that we need to push into every year's beginning of the budget, then why not true it up once and then not have the problem year over year? Does that make sense?
Did you want to try that, John?
Yeah, let me.
John raised his hand here. Maybe he can
before
try
you
it.
go there, just okay, go ahead, Councilman.
I'm not sure if I can explain it properly, but it's one of the issues is we're putting money into savings. That's part of our budget. So we're saving money as part of our budget as well. So that's part of the function. So it's not, I think, the way you're visualizing in that we're spending $77 million, we're only getting $65 million or $75 million, and we're borrowing money from B of A or whatever, right? I mean, from the citizens. Part of what we're doing is part of our budget is actually saving money and putting money into reserves and that type of thing. So that's basically where we're taking the money from, because we're starting out with excess. And they're also the budgeting process is very conservative, so that they understand they're going to probably end up with
the year-end fund balance.
Year-end fund balance. If they don't, I'm assuming, then we will have to actually go into reserves
That
to
number
pay the bill.
becomes problematic at that point in time.
Or couldn't we reduce our planned savings at the end of the year? Well, if we've increased our reserves now to what, to 25%?
But we don't have to. That's the thing. The money's there. It's not like we're borrowing money to pay the bills.
I just don't understand why we need to show a deficit.
It's like when,
if it doesn't
so
exist.
it's like when you put money in your savings account every month, let's say. Every month you put $500 a month into your savings, let's say. And then at the end of April, when you got to pay your property taxes, you go, we got to pay a little bit more than we expected, right? Then you take money out of your savings. Is that out of your budget? Yeah, that's a little extra over your budget. You didn't anticipate the fact that your property tax were going to go up, so you owe a little bit extra. But that doesn't mean you're borrowing money from your neighbor or your friends to pay your bills. You're just pulling it out of your savings.
The only thing that I'm truly concerned about is whether, in fact, we are year over year making a plan to spend more money as a city than we collect in revenues. Because we had 7+ years of that structural deficit where we made a hard plan to spend more than we believed we would collect in total revenue. And that's, as I understand, that's what the definition of the structural deficit is planning to spend more money than you plan to spend in revenue. So what I'm trying to understand, and I don't mean to ask you 5 different ways, but I want to know that I'm getting, if I need to parse my words to get the correct answer, what I'm trying to understand is, fundamentally, are we planning to spend more than we plan to have in revenue?
On paper.
On
But
paper.
if you look at this chart right there, $77 million in expenditures.
I'm just a simple small business guy. I don't have paper deficits. And I don't understand why, as a city, I mean, I'm willing to follow up offline on this, but for the benefit of the public, who I think deserve to know whether or not we're overspending our revenues, and I absolutely ran on a promise that I would not allow the city to overspend its revenues, and I want to deliver on that promise. And so I want to understand, and I think we owe it an obligation to our citizens to explain our spending in the most simple terms. And so if we've got a paper deficit, I think a lot of time is owed to be spent on why, because people want to know, is it a real deficit? Are we really spending more every year than we take in? And if so, why? And if there's a paper deficit, why not just true it up once and be done with it? I'd be willing to reduce the amount we put into savings for 1 year to eliminate that paper deficit, and then we don't have a paper deficit and we don't have to have this conversation or explain. Because right now I've got a budget document. This is going to all the people of the city of Vista, and it says that we've got a $1.7 million deficit, and we told people that we cured the deficit, but now it's on the paper, and, you know, I'm not the world's greatest accounting whiz, but it looks like there's a deficit.
The promise you made to the voters, you've kept. And when we close our books every October, when it's all said and done, we have more money coming in than we do have going out.
Okay. So could we take $2 million, not put it into savings? How much do we budget to save in the next year?
At this point in time, it's just the $1.8 million for PERS, and then typically the council with year-end fund balance goes ahead and takes an amount.
Here's what I'd like to ask. I'd like to ask: can we take 1.8 or the 1.8 million to 1.7 million, whatever this deficit number is, out of this year's year-end fund balance, true this up, and if we trued it up the one time with that money, which, as you say, it's all on paper, so we're just moving money into one account to another, or one accounting segment into another, right?
It is a liability.
We're not losing any money.
But that does create a liability, because we know we have a unfunded liability with CalPERS. Now, if we're taking money out of that 1.8 is
no. I apologize. I didn't mean that at all. I didn't mean that at all. I meant whatever we do the 1.8 million, because that's the money from the cable company. That's our special thing that we don't know if it's going to last.
Right.
We put that money in CalPERS. Fine. Take that off the table for a second. If we have a $6 million, $5 million, $4 million year-end fund balance, or $7 million like we did last year, can we take 1.7 million, which is our paper deficit, allot it to that number, and then for future years have eliminated that paper deficit?
Deputy Mayor, I don't believe so, because we budget in 1 year cycle increments. So eliminating it in the 1 year.
I don't understand, but I guess I'm the only one that doesn't get it, so I'm going to follow up offline on this. But I want to better understand this.
And we can show you the year-over-year history in the budget of how the process works.
Why would any budget? I mean, I just don't understand, why does government budgeting have to have a paper? I mean, my business doesn't have a paper. I was a director at VID. We had a very substantial budget. We didn't have paper deficits at the Vista Irrigation District. I don't understand why we have to have paper deficits at the City of Vista. I don't like it. I don't like showing deficits. There's confusion, and where there's confusion, there is room for manipulation. I'm not saying anybody's manipulating anything, but I want our financial statements to be clean and comprehensible by the people of this city. They're not financial experts. This is our community. It's our money as a community, and I don't want to have to explain paper deficits to people, because to me, and this is not an affront, it's not an assault on the staff, but we've lived through a whole generation now of book cookers like Enron, and I don't want to have to explain paper deficits to people. I mean, so I'll follow up offline, but I don't like paper deficits. I don't want to have them. I don't want to have to explain them to people. I haven't heard an explanation tonight that's satisfactory for it. I don't know that there's one person in the room, maybe you do and maybe Patrick does, but I don't think the rest of us really understand it. And I don't think that's acceptable to the people of Vista to have that kind of an unexplainable paper deficit. I don't like it, and I want to figure out how we fix it. So that's very important to me as we go through this. I'm gonna spend more of our collective time understanding this.
We can certainly talk offline, and we'd love to do that. But just so you're comfortable, or hopefully the rest of the council or the audience, we have a comprehensive annual audit that is done. by an outside auditor. We are good. We have
No,
balanced
I know
the
that.
budget.
I know that,
This
and I know
isn't
we've got the
Enron,
money.
this
It's a
isn't any
matter of how we
that,
account
so-
for it. I just, putting negative numbers in red letters for all the people that own businesses, there's a lot of very intelligent people in our city, and I just don't understand why our financial documents can't be more comprehensible without very difficult to explain. So I will spend my time to understand this better. Maybe I'm just the one that doesn't understand it, but I'm not hearing from my colleagues just a hard, fast grasp of what this is, or why we can't cure it with 1 year's. I mean, if it was just a paper deficit, we should be able to cure it with a 1-year dedication of funds, take it out of our, not the CalPERS savings, we should be able to take it out of our reserve fund savings, pay it down one time, and then that paper deficit goes away. I understand moving a deficit or moving funds from 1 year to the other, year over year, and I understand pushing it out of 1 year, pushing it forward to the next. I get that. But what I don't understand is if you cured it one time, why it would appear the next year it shouldn't. So I'll spend more of my own time to try and understand that.
Councilmember Aguilera, did you want to, you done? Councilmember Green.
All right. Thank you. First of all, you are a master of the English language, and I understood exactly what you said, so I get it. I'm a business owner as well, and I have to do a profit and loss statement every year too. And if I had a $1.7 million red at the bottom of my P&L, my wife would lose her junk, okay? So I think kind of what Council Member Franklin is saying is it appears to me, based off of somebody from the outside looking in, at the end of the year, you guys have a year-end balance of $5 to $7 million. Hallelujah, that's great news. What it appears to me based off of your budget is that you have grossly underestimated the amount of revenue you're receiving. If you think you're going to have $7 million left over afterwards, why don't we say we're going to make an extra $1.7 million now so this number balances, and then we estimate we're only going to have $5 million left over. Not that we need to take it from savings or anything, but I think what Mr. Franklin is saying is, how can we have a budget that balances, that says, hey, I get it. We've been audited every year and we have $7 million and it's fantastic and we always take care of this $1.7 million. It's not real. Well, if it's not real, why do we have to show it in red? I think is the question he's asking. And I think it's a legitimate question to say, hey, why can't we make our budget look balanced? And I get the question, and I didn't hear a logical answer either from a numbers standpoint. I get everything you guys are saying and whatnot, but I definitely understand what you're saying is if we make $7 million extra every year, why do we have to show our public this budget that says we're going to be short $1.7 million, we better get that extra $7 million? If we know it's coming in and you can confidently tell me it's coming in, why am I not estimating my revenues to compensate for that loss? Now, if we're short 1.7 now, but when we get our property taxes, we're going to be back in the black in the 30th, but that's not what I'm hearing you saying. And that's what I thought it was initially. So now in looking at it, it does specifically look like we're spending $77 million, we only make $75, and we're counting on our year-end reserves to bail us out of the 1.7, which means that year-end balance, we're expecting to make an extra $7 million than what we're budgeting for. Is that correct? That's where the year-end money comes from, extra revenue?
It doesn't come from extra revenue. It comes from it may come from additional revenue, but it comes from not expending all of our revenue that's anticipated or budgeted. Nobody up here ever said that this wasn't real, and I want to get that point across.
Cool.
But what we're saying here is we have a tradition of not hitting the 100% mark, which is a very good thing. You bring up a good point about revenues, and we've always been a very conservative agency, which I think is a good thing. We are being, as I mentioned earlier, we're being less conservative. We're being a little more realistic in our revenue estimates because, when we're looking at service levels, we don't want to cut service levels if we're having a $7 million year-end fund balance. So we are getting more realistic with especially in property tax and sales tax. But this is the way the city has operated since the recession, as Ms. Zimmerman said. And if we want to change that and go in a different direction where it comes out as a zero and there's not a red number, then we need to cut $1.7 million worth of expenditures within the city. In addition to what you said, Councilman Green, is also scrutinizing the revenue sources so that we're not unnecessarily cutting $1.7 million. But if you truly want to get rid of a red number, you've got to cut the $1.7 million. And that's an estimate at this time. This is the final budget being presented before you, but
It just sounds like you're expecting to make 10% more money than what we have on our budget here, and that's what's going to bail us out. And whether it's going to, where it's going to be saved from or where the revenue is going to come from is just confusing. So I get the question, I get the answer. We'll try to figure it out.
I understand.
Okay, cool.
Deputy Mayor's question as well, completely.
Great.
And
okay.
Hopefully in this time between May 9th, we can sit down, go through it with all the council on an individual basis and make sure that everybody's comfortable with this when we go to the May 9th meeting, okay?
And I know that fiscally we're doing a great job with the city, and we've got lots more reserves than we did, and we're in a much better position, so I get all that. I just also understand being the head of several organizations, and anytime I present a budget, I never present a budget that says, hey, look, and it's just different. So I understand. I get it. Thank you for your time.
Anything else on that?
The only thing I'll say is I know we've done a great job. I know we've, in our conversations, I know we've increased our savings. We're doing the right things. If we need to restructure something so that we don't have to present a plan. I mean, I'm really, I'm not an accounting major. We make X, we spend Y. As long as X is more than Y, then we don't have a structural deficit. I'm still confused, even though I've asked it numerous times. I'm really, honest to God, still confused about whether or not we are budgeting to spend more than we predict will come in. And it sounds like the answer is yes. Sounds emphatically like it's yes. Does anybody disagree with that? No. Okay, so we still have a structural budget deficit because we are planning, but what also is true is because we've been conservative with our revenue estimate, that we've actually, and because we've underspent our budget, that at the end of the year for the last 3 years, that our, let me get this one out, that our actual expenditures have been less than our actual revenues. Is that accurate for the last 3 years? Yes. Actual expenditures are less for the last 3 years than actual revenues.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I just don't understand why. So you're saying that extra 10%, you can't in good conscience put that into our revenue plan, our revenue budget, I think is what you're saying. You can't in good conscience as planners count on that extra 10%. And so you're budgeting with this deficit, which at the end of every year, because we haven't spent as much as we planned to, and because revenues were a little bit better than we conservatively planned for them to be, we actually were not in a deficit situation. We were not in an actual deficit situation at the end of the year, which is good. Is that, am I?
That is correct. The year-end fund balance that you appropriate on the fourth quarter report every year is made up of revenues coming in slightly higher than budgeted and expenses coming in slightly lower. So it's not a 10% on either side. It's in the middle.
So the only way that we can eliminate the paper deficit is if we, A, are less conservative with our revenue estimate, or B, are actually cutting expenses.
Correct.
I think I have it now, and I apologize it took so much time.
No,
but I think I've got it now.
You're correct, and I guess what I was saying earlier is that in terms of revenues, we've always been very conservative.
Right.
But I think if you look at both sales tax and property tax in particular, because those are the ones that have been more volatile as of late, volatile in a good way for us, we are getting much closer to where we think that number's coming in.
I would suggest, as we go forward in the budgeting process, that we need to work really hard at crafting a budget that controls growth so as to consume the difference so that we don't have to plan for a deficit. And it shouldn't, our revenues, the economy continues to do well, our revenues should go up. If we can simply control the growth in expenditures, then theoretically we could consume the difference without being significantly more optimistic in our revenue expectations. And so that's what I'd like to see until we get to the point where we conservatively feel that we're going to take more money in than we believe we're going to spend. We're not in good budget health. If you make a budget that says my house payment, my electric bill, my all of this is more than I think I'm going to make this year, that's a problem. That is flat a problem that we have to, as a council and as a city, address somehow. So there's got to be a plan for how that number goes away long term. So that now, in my mind, colors my thoughts going forward, and we got to get that $1.7 million. We got to write that somehow. So, thank you.
Councilmember Aguilera, do you remember your question?
I do. So there's a couple things we're supposed to be talking about. I think one was the potential for a fourth ambulance, which would cost us $1 million. And now that we're just talking about these deficits, I don't know if that's going to fit in, but we need to figure out how that would work out, how that would. So there's been a couple ideas, I guess, discussed. One was, just flat out adding a fourth ambulance. I know one of the things that I had talked about with staff is potentially sharing an ambulance with one of our neighboring cities, because one of the reasons that we may need another ambulance is because of the border drop. So I believe San Marcos is on board with the border drop now. I know we're doing it with Carlsbad and Oceanside for sure, but is that something that staff has looked at?
Yeah, that is. The fire chief's been in discussions with other agencies about the possibility. At this time, it's not a reality. It's not a viable option for all the cities collectively, 3 cities that would need to take part in that. It's not to say that in the future that couldn't happen, but at this point in time, there's not buy-in from 3 agencies.
Okay. So we're looking at doing it ourselves, and in that case, I would guess, right?
That's one of the conversations for, 5 or 10 minutes from now.
In a few minutes.
Oh.
He's not there yet.
Oh.
But I've also,
Did we cut you off somewhere?
Well,
I didn't even realize.
If you want to talk about your goals and you want to talk about pensions
I
and
apologize. I'm speaking out of order. I'll hold that.
Well, so I'll go back to I'll talk about the ambulance when we get to the ambulance. Okay, so where are we?
We're at Councilwoman Rigby.
Oh,
has
sorry.
the button pushed.
Councilmember.
I was going to make the point that I think we cut you off in the middle of what you were saying, because I think, and I could be completely wrong here, and that's okay. That's happened before. I remember the day. Thank you, Joe. I think all of us up here have had businesses of our own of varying sizes and have done profit and loss statements. This isn't it. This isn't profit and loss. This says general fund, it says general fund summary expense. This is just the expenses. So if we underestimated what our expenses are, that doesn't mean we're out of money. It just means we didn't, like Councilman Aguilera said, we didn't anticipate that extra $250 on the property tax. But it doesn't mean we're out of money. And I think we owe it to the city manager and Ms. Johnson to let them finish the presentation of the entire budget. Am I correct on that?
I'd like to finish the presentation.
Okay.
If you want to hear
I'm
it.
just saying that this isn't the end all, this here. This is just talking about an underestimation of expenses, but this is not the end all of the budget. So we're not done yet. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Anybody? Councilmember Franklin, did you want to say something again? Deputy Mayor? Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
I don't believe that I surmised that we had underestimated our expenses. I don't believe that I had said that. And I do understand that it's not a profit and loss statement. It's a snapshot of where we're at with our budget. And so I think we got to the bottom of it. And I believe there was a solicitation for questions, which you do at your own peril. And I'm not for one moment sorry that I got to the bottom of that, because it's something that we need to understand and we need to own it. And every citizen of Vista, if they want to know what's going on with their budget, and they go, hey, how come you got red numbers at the bottom of your budget for $1.7 million? I want to be able to answer them. And I think there were other council members present who didn't have a full grasp on. I think maybe we got our hands around it now, and I'm sorry that, we don't have a chance to do this behind closed doors because of the Brown Act, but you know what? I don't care if I look stupid doing it. I'm going to ask questions till I understand, because that's my obligation. So, thank you.
Okay. Back to you.
All right. The next area is subsidized programs, and you can see there's several of those that we subsidize on an annual basis.
We already do PERS?
No, we're going to get there.
Oh, okay.
5 years ago, the City Council set the subsidy levels, and you can see those right there on the approved subsidy level. I won't spend too much time on this slide unless you have thoughts or issues, but you can see that both for the senior nutrition, lighting, landscaping, WAVE, and cultural arts, they're all within the approved subsidy level. One thing I do want to point out on this slide is the senior nutrition program. We have applied for a Caltrans grant for the Out and About program. We will not find out until a little bit later if we're awarded that grant. If we are not awarded that grant, it will affect the Out and About program, and we'd come back to the City Council to have that discussion. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. We were not awarded funds through Sandag, so we did pursue the Caltrans grant to hopefully backfill what we need for the Out and About program. Any questions on subsidized programs? Okay. Accomplishments. The mayor mentioned it at the State of the Community address. It's in Exhibit 3 of your pamphlet there, all the accomplishments. I would like just to call out a few on this list that aren't going to be touched on in the council goal setting session. One is the fire department responded to 13,900 calls, which is significant. Sheriff's Station responded to 32,000 plus calls. Public Works Department removed over 339,000 square feet of graffiti. And code enforcement addressed over 3,000 complaints during the 2016 year. As an economic development front, we had the 6 Vista Cares Business Walk with over 200 companies that were surveyed. Potholes were 2,685 potholes, which is pretty significant, and in a timely manner, I might add. And in the engineering department, they performed 21 miles of sewer line rehabilitation, and our Movies in the Park were successful once again with 2,400 participants. So now quickly onto the City Council goals, and just to briefly go over a few of these. Continue fiscal responsibility. As mentioned, there is city reserves. The council set the goal of 30%. And we are now at 25%, and I applaud you because 5 years ago we were at 10% reserves, and getting to 25% with a goal of 30% is great, and hopefully we'll be able to achieve that goal in the coming years. Prop L, I mentioned the bond-free financing made Prop L feasible through the life of it, which was a big deal, and so we can pay for the firefighter salaries of the $1.2 million. We can fund the bonds, and we will have some reserve left at the end for the council, for a future council to make a decision on. Number 2 is improve the flow of traffic, reduce congestion. City Council had a workshop you all had in September where you allocated over $500,000 towards improving traffic flow throughout the city. And overall, $4.2 million in recent years has been invested in the road and traffic improvements. And it's an accomplishment because in the survey that was done with the residents that we'll be doing again in the future, 95% of them said traffic was an issue for them. And so dedicating that money was good. The other one is continue to decrease blight and improve the image of our city. Obviously, Paseo Santa Fe Phase 1 has been completed. We're very proud of that. In the summer, we will hopefully be undertaking Phase 2, bringing that to the City Council for approval. And downtown vision that has been set for probably 30 years now is finally becoming a reality, both with the historic downtown and the tie-in to South Santa Fe. The construction of the downtown lighting the downtown parking lot that's being constructed at Citrus is going to be a reality. It looks like it's almost done. As you can see, it'll be open to the public probably in mid-May, and that'll be great. And then shortly thereafter, the downtown lighting project with some of the sidewalk upgrades will be completed as well. So good things happening there. Sycamore Creek property has been somewhat of a problem from time to time, and we've owned it for about 17 years. And we are in escrow, as you know, with Monarch, and we hope to close later this fiscal year. And so that will be turned over to the private developer. The property you authorized earlier in the fiscal year to be purchased, which was Palo Vista and Civic Center, if you've driven by recently, the 2 of the 3 homes are down, maybe even the 3rd today. And so that property is being taken care of, including the trees, most of the trees with the exception of 3 on that property. And so we plan in the CIP to bring that back to you to beautify that entryway, that key entryway to the city, as well as to recommend available parkland on that property for the residents in that area. So I think that's another way you've reduced blight. And about 6 months ago, and I'll say at the urging of Councilwoman Rigby, we implemented the not Ask Vista, but the Access Vista app. And it's been very successful. We've had over 1,100 downloads of the app. And on a monthly basis, we get about 100 submittals, a little over 100 submittals, telling us where there's issues that need to be taken care of within the city. So it's been a very good thing. The next one is economic development. And I mentioned earlier that the unemployment rate is good. It's 3.9%. It's a little less than last year. Job growth is at 2.2%. And the Vista Business Park has a vacancy rate of less than 3% at this time, which continues to be the lowest since we've been tracking it. So good things are happening there. Honda Motor Company is coming to town. They have pledged to have a dealership in Vista, and that will be done under the name of Norm Reeves Honda. And so they're currently finalizing their site location, and hopefully they'll be open at the end of the 2018 calendar year. So good things from the economic development front. And then again, 100 Main Street, we're going to develop the parking lot on Citrus. That'll be open in mid-May. And I think after the Strawberry Festival, you'll see that Jay Wentz and Streetlights Residential is going to be blocking off 100 Main Street for construction. That'll commence sometime in June or July. So from an economic development front, things are happening. Improved standards for multifamily housing. The City Council adopted the crime-free multi-housing ordinance, and both the Sheriff's Department and Code Enforcement primarily are carrying that out and working on that right now. Public safety, your next priority goal. Our fire department, I mentioned, had 13,900 calls for service, which is up from the prior year. But the good number is that the number of fires, total property losses with fire, is down from the prior fiscal year. And crime is the lowest it's ever been since tracking it in Vista. And so we're very pleased with that number, especially in the time we live in. Part of that is the intelligent-led policing that the Sheriff's Department does in tracking crime data to then assess where they need to place the deputies and to go after criminals. And then we started just recently last month the Day with a Deputy at Shadow Ridge Park. And next month on May 13th, it'll be at Luz Duran Park. And so that's a great day for the family to come out, get to know the Sheriff's Department, see their equipment, and learn more about what the department does. And last on the goals list is Parks and Recreation. And so applaud you for making a lot of different investments throughout the entire city in Parks and Rec. Over $9 million, primarily from development impact fees, park development impact fees has been spent throughout the city. Tot lot, shade sales, restroom upgrades, irrigation controllers. Recently we used a housing grant that we received over $900,000 to do the new turf at Luz Duran, as well as Raintree Park. So a lot of progress has been made on the Parks and Rec front. And so I want to say thank you for that. And I think that'll be lasting impacts to the community. Any questions on the goals? All right, let's get into the. Councilmember Franklin. I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Franklin.
I thought you were just smiling at me.
I don't know if we're at the right. I have a couple more questions. I don't know if we're at the right place for me to ask them. But I'm not trying to rehash history here. But one of my colleagues and I said that we have a budget for our savings, our reserves, but we really don't in our budget plan to save. We are accomplishing our increased savings through our year-end fund balances. Am I wrong in saying that?
You're correct.
Okay. Very good.
From a emergency reserve.
Emergency reserves.
Fund, yeah. We set aside reserves throughout the year for replacing vehicles and fire engines and things like that. But from an emergency reserve standpoint, that 25%, we do not allocate $1 million in the budget for that.
I understand. Okay, so there's nothing that we can't eliminate our planned savings because I was in debt once, and thank God I'm not anymore, but the way I got out of it was by taking all my spare cash and paying all my debts, and I wasn't saving money while I was paying interest on borrowed money. Well, we can't fix that because we're not in our budget plan. We don't have a planned savings. We're only taking the extra money. And then, what was our, sorry if it's out of place or out of order, but what do you currently predict that our year-end fund balance will be at the end of this fiscal year? Or do you have a thought on that yet?
I don't have that because one of the things that we discussed was we're far less conservative than we were with our revenue estimates. So that will directly affect year-end fund balance. As you saw with, excuse me, as you saw with sales tax estimates, we were low and low on purpose. Yeah. Now that we put that amount up to what we think we're in the ballpark, the 19.2 million, that'll have an effect by about $1.5 million, $1.8 million on year-end fund balance, likely.
It sounds like you're saying that you think it'll be a lesser year-end fund balance this year than it was the previous.
Yeah, I would estimate that it would be a few $1 million less.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Now where are we?
CalPERS, California Public Retirement System. So this is one of the main issues to review tonight. And in 2012-13, the Public Employees Pension Reform Act, what we call PEPRA, was put forth by the governor. And what this did was it implemented a two-tier methodology where members that were hired prior to January 1st, 2013 were in the current tier they existed in within the organization, and members that were hired after January 1st, 2013 were in a different tier, I guess a lower tier, as you could put it. The lower tier provided a direct cost savings to the city. And so at this point in time, we have about 27% of our employees that are under the PEPRA plan. And it's estimated that by 2020, we'll have approximately 40% of the employees under the PEPRA plan, which is a good thing from a city standpoint because it's costing us less in our pension requirements for those employees. So that was one thing that CalPERS, or through the governor, had taken care of to implement that two-tier methodology to look at it long-term and provide some long-term relief. Short-term, yeah, we're saving some money on the employees, but long-term, 15, 20, 30 years, it will pay off, having that two-tier methodology. But one of the things I want to talk about was the financial challenges that CalPERS is facing right now. And, you know, CalPERS, unlike most in the national economy, has suffered in recent times. In going back to the recession in 2008, CalPERS lost about 40% of their portfolio through the stock market, real estate, and other investments. And in 2016, they also increased their mortality rate. So they lost a lot of money. They've been conservative in their investing, and then they increased their mortality rate. And an example of that is people are living longer, obviously. And from a CalPERS perspective, from a retiree perspective, there used to be 2 workers 15 years ago, 16 years ago, there was 2 workers, active workers, for every retiree. And at this point in time, there's 1.3 active workers for every retiree. Thus, there's less cash flow in terms of going into the system from the existing workers. So that's been a problem for CalPERS. Another factor is their returns on investment are less. And the mayor and council supported sending a letter to CalPERS, letting them know how we feel, even though they probably fell on deaf ears, about what we thought about their investment strategy. And it's interesting because right now we have a stock market that's at an all-time high. We have a housing market that's almost bounced back. And yet CalPERS in 14-15 experienced just 2.4% return on their investments. And in 15-16, it was 0.6%. So, you know, it's obviously that I'm saying gun shy or something of that nature, that they are they're having a hard time with making risk adverse, having a hard time with making investments for the long term. And then I wanted to say in their assumptions, one of the chart you have up here is in their assumptions, CalPERS has been assuming a 7.5% return on investment. And in January, they changed this. The CalPERS board discounted this rate from 7.5% to 7%. And so the decrease is going to the decrease in the rate is going to result in higher pension contributions from all of the CalPERS agencies. And I think you can see on the chart there what that means to the city of Vista. Currently, we pay $5.69 million to CalPERS for this current fiscal year. And in 2017, it's going to go up 16%. It's going to go up 16% in 2018, and another 15 and 15 and 9, and then finally in 2022-23, a 7%. That over that 6-year period, that's a 115% increase in our rates. And this is an annual contribution that we have to make. So while we're spending $5.6 million right now on CalPERS, it's going to go up to $12.2 million over the next 6 years. And I can respect, I think we all can, with CalPERS trying to do the prudent thing to be able to stabilize their fund. I don't necessarily agree with their methodology, but it is going to be a hardship on many agencies because we don't have, as an example, we don't necessarily have $6.5 million worth of increased revenue. There's not another Costco coming to town that we know of. We're not always going to get a Honda dealership or a new hotel. And so it's been somewhat problematic. So these are the challenges that we're dealing with, and these are the challenges going forward in the budget. I know one city in the county is already looking at cuts because they know what's coming. Yeah, they can afford maybe that $1 million next year and maybe the $700,000 or $800,000 the following year, but in the future it's going to be very difficult to sustain this. And so that is a threat that's out there that we need to address in our budget.
And these numbers are our shortfall?
These numbers are what we will be paying CalPERS on an annual basis.
Okay.
So they'll go from $5.6 million to $12.2 on an annual basis over the next 6 years. So in terms of liability, and I think that's where maybe you were going, Deputy Mayor, Vista has an unfunded liability. Our unfunded liability is about $45 million, spread between both general employees and miscellaneous, what we call them, and public safety. To put it in perspective, when comparing the unfunded liabilities with the cities along the 78 corridor, Carlsbad has an unfunded liability of $140 million. Escondido has an unfunded liability of $178, Oceanside $181, and San Marcos at $47. So it's a big number, the 45 that we have. It's certainly not as large as the other cities. We're a smaller city in terms of population than 3 of them, but it is a large number. That number fluctuates, too, based on the earnings from CalPERS and their investment strategies. I'd say since the recession, though, that the city's acted responsibly. We have not upstaffed to the level that we were at prior to the recession. That's another reason we have less employees that are contributing to the system. But we did not increase staffing, and so yeah, it's going to be a challenge going forward. We are looking to, going forward with CalPERS in particular, we're looking to investigate the potential benefits of a city-owned pension stability fund or a trust fund that we can put our investments in. For instance, that $1.8 million and some other money that we have set aside for CalPERS, we can put it in that instead of giving it to CalPERS and watching it maybe fade away, but rather invest earning interest and figuring out when the right time is to draw down on our CalPERS liability. We're also looking at hiring an actuary to do a 10-year performance for us going forward. So I wanted to give you a heads up. This is going to be a challenging time, and I think you're going to hear a lot from your colleagues in other cities if you haven't already. I know the mayors along the 78 corridor have met multiple times on this issue, but we're going to begin with our 5-year projection model, and we're developing that now, and then we're working with the departments to start to prepare changes that we need to make going forward. So it's a big deal. You guys, anybody have questions on CalPERS, the rates, the funds?
Councilmember Rigby.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. And CalPERS is, there have been some problems with CalPERS and great loss over the last few years with it. And there has been some talk up and down the state, and I think an article or two has come out over the last couple of months about CalPERS and the sustainability of CalPERS. Is there any real issue that we should be keeping in the back of our mind, that maybe CalPERS is not going to be sustainable in the long run? I mean, is this something that really could disappear and leave our employees high and dry?
I don't have an answer to that. I mean, CalPERS is the largest pension fund in the United States.
Right.
So they have a lot of staying power, I would say, from that aspect, and a lot of assets. But yeah, I don't have.
I just wasn't sure, because I know some people have brought it up because they have lost a lot of money over the last few years. So I just thought I would ask what your take on it was.
Councilor Aguilera.
My question is similar. And is there any cities that have ever gotten out of CalPERS?
Very difficult to get out of CalPERS because you'd have to buy your way not only what you owe now, but what you will owe in the future for the employees, for your retirees, as well as the employees that will be future retirees. So I'd say it's darn near impossible. Okay. There was, I think, a JPA that a few months ago, the retirees lost their CalPERS pensions because the JPA, coalition of cities, stopped paying on CalPERS. Very small cities, but yeah, it'd be very difficult to buy your way out of CalPERS.
Okay. So I guess my only concern was when you mentioned something about setting aside the 1.8 million, for example. We would have to change our investment policy.
Well, we would.
We'd
Yeah.
set up a separate investment policy for that money.
One of the things that Lauren Warham's looking at for us is a trust fund, and a lot of people are doing that. A lot of cities, I should say, not people, but a lot of agencies are doing that with a trust fund for PERS in particular.
And you have a professional manager that manages it. Yeah. Because our policy doesn't allow for 7% returns right now.
No, it does not.
Okay.
But I think, and Ms. Warham can speak to this if you want more information at this time, but the purpose of doing the trust fund is so that you could have a higher yield than.
Or at least get that 7%. But yeah, I like that idea. You know, I mean.
Yeah, so we're actively looking at that and plan to come back to you at some point in time with a presentation.
Sounds like a good idea. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
So we have a $5.694 million obligation to PERS in the current year. Did we grow our $45 million unfunded liability, or did we pay 100%, or will we be paying 100%? How about last year and the current fiscal year? In the current fiscal year, did we grow our unfunded liability, or did we not add to it? In other words, are we making our 100% of our 5,694 that was for this fiscal year?
Yeah, we're paying 100% of what we owe, but the unfunded liability can fluctuate based on the market. So, right, 2005 we had no unfunded liability. 2004-05, and then when the recession hit, it changed.
But basically, but we made what we were told our contribution needed to be for 16-17. We made it 100%.
Correct.
And same thing for the last year.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So without adjusting for inflation in our budget, we're looking at over the next 6 years a $21 million increased amount that we'll need to invest in CalPERS if we don't want to grow that $45 million number to $66 million. That's my back of the envelope math. Unless
I don't think that. Let's say all things were equal, and
Right.
the unfunded liability stayed at a stable level.
Right.
The unfunded liability would stay at 45, and these numbers would increase going forward to put us in a better position, according to the way CalPERS is doing their calculations.
But I just mean if we don't make these contribution amounts, then and those contribution amounts remain the same, and CalPERS stays where it's at, right? Then if we can't make those payments, if we only make what we're making now, then we're going to be growing the unfunded liability.
Yeah, but we have an obligation. That's almost like a default if we don't make these payments here. Yeah, we have to make these payments to
Okay.
stay in good standing with
All right.
CalPERS.
So we've
Otherwise, we default.
We've always
they wouldn't
made our
allow
payments
us just to grow the unfunded
but
liability.
because the value of our portfolio has fallen,
Yeah,
we're now in this situation.
that's correct.
Okay. Well, that is a heck of a challenge where we're going to come up with this money if we're not going to default. So that to me looks like a pretty dire situation in the next few years. That's a lot of money we have to come up with. And then you said we can't buy our way out of CalPERS for everybody, but can we plan that future hires aren't in CalPERS at all? Can we go to a new system for new hires, take care of our obligation to everybody that we made a CalPERS obligation to? But, I mean, this is unsustainable, and we know it is, and everybody knows it is. And how do we make sure that the promises we make to future employees, that we can keep those just the same as the ones that are on the books now?
I'm not sure the legalities of that, but I will say if you let's just say you cut off today or going forward and all future hirees had a 401k plan, style
Right.
plan, then you have less money, less cash being pumped into the PERS account, which would create a higher unfunded liability, higher rates to the city. It's kind of a...
Well, what we probably have to do is over some period of time, maybe wean ourselves off by giving new hires, some different arrangement, if we can, we can determine our own...
Yeah, the one thing we can do without walking away from CalPERS, the one thing you can do is when you negotiate with employee groups, and one of the things I was going to say in here is that at some point, while the employer's paying more, at some point the employees will pay more too. We've seen other contracts throughout other cities where the employees are funding more than their 8% or their 9% on the safety side.
Here's my question. Going forward, could we say we're going to reduce, for new hires, we're going to reduce what your expectation is for your pension. However, we're going to add to it a defined contribution system, maybe where we even match savings. Do we do any savings matching right now?
No.
I mean, whatever the option is, I'm just saying maybe you're going to get 90% of the present deal for CalPERS, and we're going to make up the other 10%. And then, maybe over the course of 20 years, we can transition completely away from it without it being such a damaging all-at-once thing. But
there are a number of options. All of them would have to be negotiated. So it would be a consideration of some cities have multiple tiers within CalPERS that they've negotiated with their bargaining units, not just the one. Right now we have one classic plan, and then the newer state law PEPRA. Some have third terms or
potentially
different
it's legal if we can get our bargaining units to agree.
Those would all be subject to negotiation, correct?
And my understanding through our agreement with CalPERS is that we can't opt for certain people to join and certain people not to join, but we can look into that.
Well, I mean, what if everybody was in CalPERS for many decades to come, but we reduced the long-term payout to a lesser percentage of the high one, and therefore reducing our, but we offset it, because younger workers, people that are getting hired in the workforce today, they're watching what's going on, and they're intelligently surmising the fact that, I was just having a conversation with somebody who's about 38 years old, almost the same age as me, and, and they were very emphatic about the idea, and I believe this too, like Social Security, I believe Social Security will continue to exist for many decades into the future, but it's going to be changed. If nothing else, it's going to be changed by the fact that increases in payouts won't match inflation, and therefore benefits will, over time, without Congress taking any action, be dramatically reduced in real dollars. The point is, our Social Security for somebody my age, I'm going to get my check, and it's going to fill my gas tank once a month, and that's it. Younger workers understand that some of these deals that were set up in the past haven't penciled out, and they want more control over their own future, and they want an account not at Sacramento or the pension fund. They want one at their local investment brokerage with their name on it, that if somebody tries to get sticky fingers with, they know they've got a problem. So I think, if I was signing up to be a firefighter or one of the other bargaining unit employees, and I'm in my early 20s and I'm getting hired, I would think, geez, this is great that you're thinking about how to transition us away in the future to a system that is more than an empty promise. It's money in your hand.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure.
I'm sure there's huge disagreement on that, but I certainly, representing a younger demographic, think that we should at least be asking them to visit with younger members of their bargaining units and ask them, do you think that this is a stable thing? You see the liability; it's enormous. At what point do your family, your wife, after you die, and your kids, they may be depending on this money into the future, and maybe the state's making and the city's making promises they can't keep. I would just urge that we have those conversations and we find out what the attitudes and opinions of our younger employees are, and maybe that's something, maybe they don't want to do it, maybe they do. Maybe the younger employees realize there's a benefit.
And we can look into the legalities of that. The one thing, as I mentioned earlier, is that two-tier system, the PEPR system, was trying to make inroads towards lessening the burden both on the employer and the employee. And so, but we'll come back to you with some information on that. Any other questions on CalPERS? All right. So the two last remaining items. One is you wanted to have a discussion on the 4th ambulance, and the second was addition of deputies to have a conversation on that. And so I wanted to say regarding the 4th ambulance, city currently has 3 ambulances. If we add a 4th ambulance for 24-hour advanced life support service, this unit would have 2 firefighters on it per day. So we'd increase our number of firefighters by 6, and we go from 25 to 27 on a per day shift basis. The need for an additional ambulance, it's in the agenda report, has been demonstrated. We've had a 39% increase in call load since 2011. We've had a 30% increase in ambulance calls since that same time period. I know many of you have talked to the fire chief, and the fire chief, knows that 2 of those ambulances out of the 3 are working over what the Commission on Fire Accreditation would like us to do, and one of them is kind of nearing that point. So I'm not disagreeing with the fact that another ambulance wouldn't be a nice thing to have. Going back in time, the city did have a 4th ambulance. Back in 2009, I believe, through the SAFER grant, we had grant funding that paid for the bulk, and the SAFER funding at that time was a step-down funding source. So they might have given you 100% in year 1, and then 80% and 60%, and kind of weaned you off. So in 2009, in 2008, we received a SAFER grant. We hired an additional 6 employees, put an ambulance into service, and when the recession hit in late 2010, early 2011, we actually walked away from that grant and removed the ambulance from service, and so it was in effect for 2 years. From a costing standpoint, the current cost to provide 6 firefighter paramedics is about $855,000. That includes salary and benefits. As a result of us having constant staffing, the average cost for overtime for 6 firefighter paramedics is $217,000. So just for benefits and overtime and salary, the total is $1,072,000. That amount does not include training, doesn't include maintenance or fuel. The amount also doesn't include the startup cost, which is about $266,000 to purchase an ambulance and outfit it. So those are some of the costs. We do receive some reimbursement through insurance companies and Medicaid, Medicare, which would offset the cost. But adding a 4th ambulance would be about $1 million in round numbers in totality. Some of you have asked the question about what's our response times to patients who need ALS service. And so in the agenda report, there's the average response times. But in 2011, our average response time, whether it was from an ambulance or an engine, was 4 minutes and 42 seconds. And going through the years, it was 4 minutes and 45 seconds, 4 minutes 49, 4 minutes 56, 4 minutes 55. And in 2016, it was 4 minutes and 57 seconds. So from an ambulance perspective, we do get ALS service there under that 6-minute critical threshold. But we do have ambulances that are stacked up at the hospitals The wait times are huge, and taking firefighter paramedics out of service, which is not what we want. We'd rather have them be in service for the residents. We do have the Drop of Borders program that was mentioned earlier, both with Carlsbad, San Marcos, Oceanside in particular. And so from time, there might be Oceanside ambulances coming into Vista, and there might be Vista ambulances going into Oceanside, depending on if they're tied up. Fire chief's happy to come up and talk about any issues or questions you have. I did talk to the fire chief earlier today to talk to him about what that reciprocal nature of the Drop the Borders program was or is, and he said it's pretty even in terms of the ratio of us going into Oceanside or Carlsbad or San Marcos. The ratio of them coming into the city is pretty equal at this point in time. Those are some of the facts and figures about the 4th ambulance.
So do I have questions on that before we go on to the next thing? Yes, okay. Deputy Mayor.
What's our growth in ambulance transportation revenue been as calls have gone up? What percentage of our cost of providing emergency medical services is paid for by those fees? In other words, what's our subsidy?
We generate about $2.6 to $2.7 million in ambulance revenues. Adding the 4th ambulance, we think that'll increase that number by about 100,000.
So it's $1 million a year increased expenditure, and we'll offset it by $100,000. So we'll have about a $900,000 net increase.
So it's a little over $1 million. It's closer to 1.1 increase in terms of non-training, non-medical numbers, and then putting in that $100,000 worth of revenue, it makes it about $1 million a year increase to the budget.
Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, then the question is really going to have to become, where do we compare with other municipalities in our area? And is 4 minutes and 55 seconds, did you say?
Yeah, 4 minutes, 4:57.
4:57. Is 4:57 really honestly acceptable? Because what you're telling me is that we're going to take that $1.7 million deficit and it's going to become a $2.7 million deficit. I mean, that's what you're saying if we do this. And you just told me we have, over the next 6 years, an additional $21 million in CalPERS to fund. I mean, I appreciate the great strides we've made, and staff's doing a great job, but it sounds like it's not by our own choosing, our own making. I don't think we're going to have a choice. I mean, I want to deliver government that lives within its means. We cannot long-term overspend our revenues. It's just not a choice. If we do it too many years in a row, we'll have a genuine deficit. We won't have savings to pull from. We have to make a plan that, where we live within our means here. I mean, I don't think there's another choice. So what are those? What's our comparison to other municipalities in the county?
I'd ask the chief to come up and maybe he knows offhand what other agencies or what their response times are.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Jeff Hahn, Fire Chief. Our response times as they compare to other jurisdictions are fairly consistent, but I think what's important to grasp out of the response time when we look at those in particular is that we've done absolutely everything we can do to maintain that, and most of that doesn't represent the ambulance portion of our service. It represents the total picture. So we've got paramedics on all of our equipment, and most of those response times are correlated to our first-in-engine company that arrives. And really, when we're looking at this issue, we definitely look at that, but we can get a paramedic to a patient fairly routinely and in an acceptable amount of time. But getting an ambulance to a patient is a different story altogether, and that's really what we've been focusing on with looking at: do we need more equipment? Do we need more ambulances? And so the measurements that we applied to that, in addition to response times, looking at unit hour utilization and how much our ambulances are taxed in total time with what they do during their day, transporting patients, waiting at the hospitals with patients, all of those things combined, that's when we basically are overutilizing the resources that we have, which translates to potentially underserving our community. Now, there was a question earlier about the automatic aid environment that we've created, and we've worked very hard to extend further and further using our neighbors and our neighbors using us to try to stave off adding more resources by developing the system. And it's an excellent system that's working very, very well. And it's in progress, but it's a delicate balance between what each jurisdiction's resources are. And it keeps the balance so that we don't get out of balance, either giving away too much aid to our neighbors and supplementing their citizens versus the opposite where they supplement ours. The long and short of that for this year, out of about 3,000 calls so far, we're 6 calls to the good. So we track it very closely, and the other fire chiefs and I really focus on that. Last year it was a little bit out of balance, but the city of San Marcos added an ambulance specifically to help balance that, so that they aren't giving away. Well, they were receiving more from us. They were giving more to Carlsbad. So when you look at the totality of it, it was somewhat balanced, but we need to maintain that balance.
So when we talk ALS, we're talking advanced life support, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I figured that out all by myself. So when we're talking about that 4 minutes and 57 seconds, we're talking about the engine or the ambulance, the paramedic. That's the time it takes for a paramedic to arrive, not the time for the ambulance to arrive.
Correct.
Right? Correct. So, I mean, the question is, are we falling behind? I know we're using the 6-minute thing, but I want to be way better than 6 minutes. I mean, I'd love to see us be in 3 minutes, but I guess that's not going to happen in the next couple of years. But, I mean, if we're still providing an acceptable, and I'm asking you, because this is your expertise and not mine, if the response time is acceptable, I'm looking at a budget situation where we've got to pay for folks' retirement, and I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the extra money right here. I'm not seeing it for my 2 sheriff's deputies that I want either. I'm seeing a thing where I mean, we're going to have to talk about maybe some serious cuts because we got a long term. We got to have a 10 and a 5, a 10, and a 20, and a 30-year plan where we're not ever going to be in the red. And we got a plan for the next recession, and we got to be able to survive that without having to go to 7-minute response times. We got to be able to sustain a minimum level of service here. So given what we're dealing with, and I'm not seeing a budget picture. I mean, we've done a lot of great things, but given the budget picture that we're working with, do we need, for the safety of our citizens, because it's not a matter of whether or not we prioritize the safety. That's number one. Providing great public safety, in my opinion, as I've said, and I'm going to say it again, nothing that happens out of this building is more important than what the sheriff's deputies and the firefighters do for our people. Providing for the public safety and saving people's lives, this just comes first in my book. Nothing else that we do, all the great, wonderful things we do that are great services for our citizens, nothing's more important than a safe community. If my wife or my family member is in trouble, I want you guys to get there and save their life. Do we need the extra ambulance to do that? I'm asking a genuine question.
I think I would characterize that we are running, it's like your car running at full speed. And you can do that for a certain amount of time, but is that sustainable? And we are there. The numbers show that for our ambulance personnel, they're working harder than anybody around us. They're maxed out. How long that's sustainable? Will we start losing employees or have trouble, retaining and attracting employees here, and then all the associated costs with that is probably a reality. If that starts to affect that automatic aid agreements and environment, I know just looking at the numbers, our call volumes are spiking. I don't know if that's going to be a trend or if that's just an anomaly, but if they continue to go up at the rate they're going up, we've got the biggest spike in the whole JPA right now for this year for 17. Those auto aid numbers are going to start tipping the other way, and we may not be able to maintain that system without doing something to appease our neighbors if we start utilizing them too much. So it's important to maintain that. So I mean, that's all part of that picture. I know that's a complicated
I think what
answer.
you really are telling us is you want the ambulance, and you're, I think, advocating for it.
Yes.
And so given that, I want to give you the ambulance, but then I'm going to tell you, Mr. City Manager and my colleagues, that we got to now find $1 million from somewhere else, because if we can't, in good conscience, get to that where we're projecting that we're not in deficit, then it's going to have to come from somewhere. And that's a more important mission to me than a lot of the other things that we're doing in here. And we got to figure, I mean, that's, I don't have the answers, but we're going to have to find them, because it sounds like, you know, that creeping that number is totally unacceptable. That number cannot, that response time cannot creep up year over year. That can't happen. So I just think the answer is we're going to have to figure out how to come up with $1 million in cost savings.
And not just in 1 year, every year.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's going to hurt. I mean, this is going to mean either less cops on the street, or it's going to mean, you know, somebody here doesn't have a job, but it sounds like that's what we have to do, because I trust you when you tell me that's what we need for the public safety. And if that's mission number one, which I believe it is, then we're going to have to cut something else to pay for it.
Councilmember, are you all done? Oh, Councilmember Green.
Great job, by the way, Councilmember Franklin. I agree with everything Councilmember Franklin said. Heck yeah, buddy. Oh. When it comes to public safety, that's our number one responsibility here as the council. And you know, I feel like the picture that's been painted to us with the whole red $1.7 million and all that stuff, for me, I don't feel like it's an accurate picture based off of the in-game numbers. You know, last year there was $7 million extra dollars. This year you project there's going to be $4 million extra dollars. What I'm saying is those dollars aren't extra. We need to figure out a way to come with a zero balance and afford to pay for our fourth ambulance. Since 2009, when this is cut, our population has grown exponentially. Our call volume has grown. I've ridden along with our firefighters, and I think I met the ambulance staff for a total of 3 minutes over a 6-hour shift, because they were bouncing from spot to spot to spot to spot to spot, and they never came back the entire time. So tell your homies it was cool to be in your fire department. Sorry I didn't get to meet them. Back to what you say, is your car running at full speed, eventually it's going to clunk out. Right now our call times are okay, but they have been increasing little by little, and I feel like our firefighters are burnt out, and I feel like it is just a matter of time before it costs us one life. And how much is one life worth to you? And there's no price on a life that I can put on it. And if that means that maybe we, you know, like you say, we don't hire as many people as we normally hire, we have extra money from that. We don't forecast the amount of money, the revenues that we make properly, and sometimes we get extra money. Well, maybe if we can look at our budget for the last 5 years and say, hey, where's all this extra $7 million coming from? And we might be able to cut some of that without people feeling it if that's always left over. It's not magic, it's math. And math is universal. It's easy to figure out. What I'm looking at now doesn't look good, but what I'm hearing is kind of contradictory to what I'm seeing, because I'm hearing that we're going to have $1.8 million for reserves for our pension. We're going to be able to increase our emergency reserves by another 5%. You know, there's talk about all this extra money we're going to put away, and I would much rather spend it on protecting my community. And I've asked you this question too, and it's hard to get you to say, yes, we need this ambulance super bad, but I do feel like that's what I get when I say, hey, bottom line, you know, eventually is this going to cost our citizens their lives if we don't act on this now? And is that what it's going to take in order for us to take action? I say no. I say now is when we take the action, and that the city staff can figure out the math problem to where maybe our end of the year fund balance is a couple million instead of 4 million or 5 million or 7 million. And this is where we forecast we're going to be able to save. And that's micromanaging at our level. We don't want to do it. We basically just say, hey, from a citizen standpoint, a fire standpoint, a safety standpoint, I recommend that we have the fourth ambulance. So I'm in total support of that.
Councilor Aguilera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It does concern me we're almost up 20 seconds over the last 5-6 years in response time. So my question to you, added ambulance, will those times go down?
I don't know that they will. Those response times, again, so much of that is based on the first unit and not the ambulance. And those are really affected by traffic. Those are affected by how many calls are coming in at the same time, and is it the local unit or is it the next station over that takes it. We definitely pay close attention to all the factors that we can control. We hold all of in the chain from the time one of our citizens picks up the phone until we arrive. We look at each segment of that response, and we hold everybody accountable all the way through there. Clearly the part when we get alerted and our people start moving, we're every month generate reports, holding people accountable. Our people do really good, staying really good on those response times. We do everything we can. I don't want to have our people driving faster or, risking the public safety that way. So that, that segment of it is what it is. And that's harder to control. But, as far as the first response units needing to add those, at this time, it doesn't appear we do. It's that transport unit that we need.
Is it always the case that the first unit on the scene is a truck rather than the ambulance?
Most of the time, yes.
So I mean, if we had an ambulance available, we wouldn't send the ambulance?
Well, they both go together.
Yeah.
But at this point, our ambulances are so taxed, they're so busy, they're quite often not in the station and not in a good position to get there first. They're coming from the hospital or from some other location.
I've been on ride-alongs, and as Councilman Green was describing, not seeing the ambulance there for very long. So I do appreciate what those guys do and how busy they are. So I'm trying to figure out how to pay for this, as Councilman Franklin was talking about. So I do have a question. If we are bringing in 2.6 million with 3, well, let me start with this first. When we respond to San Marcos or Oceanside, because I see my office is on Oceanside Boulevard, I see our ambulance going on Oceanside Boulevard all the time. Do we get revenue from those calls in Oceanside or San Marcos?
Yes, we bill for wherever we transport for or from, and then
I figured.
And the reverse is also true. If they come in, they bill for their transports.
Right. So it just seems to me that if we had more ambulances, we'd get more revenue. And right now we're getting about 866,000 for 3. I know we're not going to get another 866,000, but the 100,000 does seem awfully low, given that we would be able to respond to more cases.
We're being conservative in our revenue estimates. We would like to hit it, but I mean, there's a lot of variables. So
I just would like to know how you guys came up with that number, because it just seems like a lowball number.
I think the issue is you're not taxing the staff as much as you would be if you had the 4th ambulance. Your staff are not being taxed.
No,
as
and I
hard.
get that. I haven't even talked about that. I mean,
Your call volume is, unless it's continuing to go up at the rate it is, your call volume is probably not going up as drastic as just because you add an ambulance, you don't add a third.
I understand. We're at 7,300 calls right now. We're probably going to go up to, I don't know, maybe 7,700, 7,800 or something in the next year.
We're at about 13
this year.
thousand. So
where are we at?
13.9.
I think this
13,900.
is the ALS.
Oh, just the ALS.
ALS.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So, I mean, it will go up, but the other part of that is that we may be able to respond to Oceanside more. We may be able to respond to Carlsbad and San Marcos more, too. So has that been factored in, I guess, to this 100,000 number?
It's a really hard one to land on. Depends on, where we place the ambulance, which we've studied to see, what we really want to do is try to serve our community the most. And try to unload that workload on the existing ambulances that we have there. Ultimately, some of them are going to be going out potentially more if they're available, but it depends on where the call comes in. So, it's really hard to pin down how much more available we will be for how many more calls, and then of those calls, which ones we're able to get transport revenue from it at a consistent rate based on the payer mix of who we're transporting. There's a lot of, when you start to look into it, there's a whole lot of blush in there to try to figure that out. So I was comfortable with that estimate. I'd love to see more. I would not love to overshoot and have you look
more math. Well, I mean, just a little more investigating on how that might work out, and I'd be in favor of whatever we need to do to figure that out, because I think that's going to solve some of the issue here. The other part of this is, would overtime be cut down a little bit by adding a fourth ambulance?
We've been reducing overtime with staffing up the department, trying to keep our vacancies down. But I don't think adding an ambulance is really going to make it go down.
It's actually, I mean, it would increase overtime. You know, we have an average amount of overtime because we have constant staffing. So
why are we doing overtime?
Well, and to the pension issue, it's you have less liability if you're paying an overtime employee rather than hiring an additional employee to fill those spots on a shifting basis. So from that standpoint, it's less.
We have to maintain the certain number of staffing. So if it's 25 right now, we maintain 25 staff members. If somebody calls in sick, if somebody's injured, we have to replace those staff members. We don't have the option to say, hey, it looks like it's a slow day.
No, I get that.
Engine number
but
6
if
is going to
we have to
subside.
maintain 25, by adding an ambulance, does that number automatically go up? That's what I'm asking.
It does, yeah.
It goes to 27?
Goes to 27.
So now we have to maintain 27 rather than just 25?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, to keep that in service. Because we only have the number of people we need to keep each unit staffed every day.
Okay, well, I would be I'm definitely in favor of looking at ways that we can make this happen, but I also would be in favor of doing a little bit more investigating on, you know, what revenues we would receive from that. And it sounds to me like it's the numbers are pretty low. Just, I could be wrong, and I welcome you to prove me wrong. That'd be great, or it wouldn't be great, actually. I take that back. But I think that 100,000 is a low number. You know, I don't know, what do we get per call on average? I know we don't collect from everybody.
You know, I don't have that number in front of me.
Okay.
Raising your hand back there.
Okay, that, Jeff.
So about $436 for per transport. Okay.
And I think that's factored in average, right? Yeah, it's an average. So the people who do pay, people who pay partial, people who don't pay.
That's what I figured, yeah. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Aguilera, Councilmember Rigby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have also been on, pardon me, several ride-alongs over the years with the department. And I wanted to know, because we have sat in the hospital bay with patients, and in line, and I think one time we were the ones still not actually inside the doors yet. There were 3 other patients in front of us from other city paramedics. So that does affect our time and losing that time from our ambulance into the community. What discussions have we had with Tri-City and Palomar about their wait times?
This has been an ongoing saga that predates me being in this office. But we've had a number of meetings with both Palomar and Tri-City. Tri-City is primarily where we transport the bulk of our patients. And they've come up with plans, they've given us assurances, they have done things to try to improve the situation, and it fluctuates. Sometimes things do get better, and then sometimes they don't. But it's, you know, that interface with another entity that we can't control. I know the mayor's even been involved in meeting with the CEO over there. I've met with him on a number of occasions, and you know, they're facing the same situation. I mean, it's a cost item to them. It's a workforce item to them. It's a patient capacity item to them. and it's affecting all of us, and it's a nationwide problem. So it's not unique to us by any stretch. I'm hopeful that the things they're telling us are going to have a long-term effect and that are going to help. And we keep applying pressure and we keep communicating with them. The county is assisting in that effort. They've developed a computer program system now that's tracking it specifically for our hospital wait times and our turnover times of patients.
Okay.
So that they're questioning our data when we come to them and say, hey, it's taking this long. And they, well, we're not really sure. Okay, well, now we're sure.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that that was a discussion that we were having and that they understood the impact that they are having and the chain reaction that causes the community. So I'm glad to hear you're having discussions. I'm just sorry to hear that it's not going anywhere. So the other question I had for you is we were talking about the response times, and you commented that the response times that we have listed are from the time of the call received to the time of the first arrival, which is usually the engine or the truck. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
So when you have the patients that you have to transport, what would be a more accurate reflection on the response time from the time of the call to the time the ambulance shows up?
I have that. We call that effective response force times, and we measure that both for medical aids, which is what we're discussing here, but we also do it for fires. And so that would be when we get the amount of resource on scene to actually fix the problem. And in a medical aid case, that's when we get our paramedics there. And those times, boy, I have a lot of times. Those times are stretching into, for 2016, we're up to about 6 minutes and 22 seconds.
Okay. And because the times that are listed in our agenda report from 2011 through 2016 annually actually do increase 2 seconds from 11 to 12, or I'm sorry, 3 seconds, and then 4 seconds, and then 5 seconds. I think in 2014 to 2015, it actually went down a second from 4:56 to 4:55, and then it went back up to 4:57. So that's just to get the truck there. 6:22 for an ambulance call can be an eternity for somebody who's waiting to be helped, and that to me is way above what we should be doing when we look at as a city government, what we are charged with, what our primary goals are. And it was already said, is public safety is probably the number one. Public safety and infrastructure are the number one and two things that we are obligated to provide for our residents. And so a 622 for an ambulance call is a bit distressing to me. The numbers that we've seen with the CalPERS, and yes, every year we have to come up with an additional $1 million from the previous year to get us where we need to go. That's quite an alarming thing, and I know that there's discussions elsewhere in the state trying to figure out what can be done to help the cities in this situation, although I don't expect a lot from anybody to help the cities in that situation. And I worry about the safety of our residents, and I would hate to have happen like Councilman Green or Deputy Mayor Franklin had alluded to, that because of a response time we were to lose somebody. But the other thing I look at is what stress is created on the fire personnel because of the overtime or like you say, running constantly at full speed. And not to put too fine a point on it, and I know Mr. Sweeney, I see in the audience back here, he knows, we talked about my cousin who is a firefighter paramedic in South Carolina with Goose Creek. And I think we've even chuckled a couple of times over some of the things he's done, like when he left the engine, got out and forgot to put it in park. He dropped dead of a heart attack suddenly and was buried last week. So my concern is for the community as a whole, and that includes the fire personnel. And I don't want to put a bad juju out there, but I want you to know that I hear and see and through my cousins, I've got my cousin was a firefighter paramedic, my niece is a firefighter paramedic. And so I hear a lot about what goes on in the fire department and what it is that you all go through. And so I do worry about the community, absolutely, but I also worry about the firefighters, and I worry about our personnel, and I want to make sure that they have the tools that they need to do the job and not to be overly taxed and stressed. None of us want that. So to me, and we're looking at the increased response times, we're looking at the increased number of calls. All we're doing is putting more apartments and houses and increasing our population even more. And with what's on the table and what we're expecting in the next couple of years, it's going to be a few more thousand people. So I think that adding this fourth ambulance is paramount to our public safety. And I agree with my colleagues that what we have to do as a council is to find the money, to go down to the weeds, to get the money down to the penny to bring in a fourth ambulance and the personnel to staff it. I think that should be one of our priorities. So I look forward to having that conversation and bring that back to council where we can really have a conversation about the budget and how we also, and I think part of that budget conversation is how do we anticipate dealing with this issue with CalPERS and the additional $1 million every year that we have to come up with. So thank you all for what you do for us and for our community. We really do appreciate it very, very much.
If I could ask the chief a question. So an engine arrives on scene at 4 minutes and 57 seconds, approximately. And then they have to assess the patient and address the patient and go through the needs. And then at 6 minutes and 20 plus seconds, an ambulance arrives on scene. How long does it take the engine company to assess and package that patient up, so to speak, to get them out for a transport? Is it prior to 6 minutes and 22 seconds total?
Really depends on the call. It can be. Routinely, I would say with, not an acute status call, that can be done in that amount of time.
So within a minute and 25 seconds, the paramedics can go in, assess, package the patient up, and get them out to be transported?
Mild status call, yeah. Acute status call, no.
Not an acute status call? Yeah. Okay.
Or a complicated call.
So I think what I'm trying to say is, you're still having an ALS person on scene. When we're talking about people are going to start dying in the city, I don't think that's going to happen. You have an ALS person on scene. I don't think there's ever been, you can correct me, Chief, there's never been a time where there's not been an ambulance at the curb, so to speak, to be able to transport that patient.
It's not frequent, no.
Deputy Mayor.
What percentage, roughly, of our ambulance calls result in a transport that we're able to bill for? Is it 10%, 20%, 50%? I mean, just a ballpark, not an exact number. Do you know?
I would say it's more like 80%.
If you'd like to have Danielle come up, our EMS coordinator, Danielle Pearson.
We need to hear you in the microphone, Ms. Pearson, so that's why.
It's the vast majority of calls, medical
But about
calls that we go and we
80%
transport.
is what I think you're saying. I mean, I'm not getting to an exact number, but so that's a majority. What's our charge that we charge for transport? I mean, you said we collect on average $436, but what do we bill?
The basic ambulance transport is about 1,000, about 1,300, and we're the lowest of us around on the 78 corridor by far.
Well, that was my next question, and since you just said we're the lowest, why are we the lowest, and why aren't we increasing our costs?
On my things to do this year list is to bring a proposal to council of how we can potentially increase our ambulance revenue to match what we should make based on what we provide.
How much lower do you think we are? I mean, are we 10% lower, 5%, or are we?
I have a chart for you. I could send it to you.
Please.
I don't have it off the top of my head, but if you look at
the chart basically takes the data for the county, and we are below the median of the county. I can tell you that off the top of my head, but I can't tell you how much below we are.
Okay. Well, that seems like something that we have to deal with. I mean, I don't want to raise the cost for an ambulance service, but with all things, and I always advocate, we should be increasing that charge every single year. So it's, so it's creeping up there and
It
even with
increases
inflation.
the cost of living. That's what's been in the count.
Yeah.
I think the last time they brought this to the council was in 2009, if I can recall off the top of my head.
Right.
And it's in that proposal that every year we can increase the cost of living in San Diego County, that percentage. So every year, since I've been here, I've increased it, but it's nominal.
We can't target to pay our people at and above median if we're not charging at and above median. So we got to look at that.
That's at the council's will. If you guys want to raise the cost of ambulance
It
transport,
sounds
we'd be happy
like
to present that to you.
it sounds like it's not a. I mean, it sounds like it's not a choice. It sounds like we got to at least examine it. So we need the comparison data so we can understand if we're charging less than we need to be. We got to figure out what that's worth to us.
And if we charge more, Medicare still has the same fixed.
Right.
So we're not going to make more just because we charge more from a Medicare perspective.
That's true. It's the system is kind of broken in that way. You use your insurance payers to help compensate for your non-insured payers. A large majority of ours are Medicare and Medi-Cal payers. I'd say that's about 20-some% or more, maybe even 30. So you're going to collect what you're going to collect, and that's never going to change. But your Blue Shields, your full pay, they'll pay what you charge, and then typically that compensates the cost a little bit. That's just
But anyway, we need to make our
balance.
average number go up from 436 to, whatever it needs to go to. The other thing I was going to ask, and I too have been on numerous ride-alongs, and I've noticed the ambulance crew is never in the station. Those guys don't get a minute's rest. But have we quantified how many shifts, how many calls per shift that our ambulance guys are running versus other municipalities? And I mean, do we have a way to quantify how much more than, because we talked about it being a competitive disadvantage. How do we quantify what our competitive disadvantage is right now?
That's where we're looking at unit hour utilization, and that's the standard that everybody looks at.
What did you call it again? What was the term?
Unit hour utilization. So it's basically in a 24-hour period of time, how much of that 24 hours they're engaged and working. And that's an accreditation standard, international accreditation standard. And not all the jurisdictions are looking at that way yet, but the ones that have been around us are, I'd have to go get the numbers, but they were impressed with our numbers, and they're not there yet, and we are. We're beyond those numbers. But I'd have to get some more information to be able to represent exactly.
Say they were impressed with our numbers. You're saying our numbers are good. Yeah.
Our numbers are high.
Oh, they were impressed, as in they were
like, wow, you guys are busy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, I do think it's important because what we're really talking about here, because you said you don't really think response times are going to get better. That's what you just said. So if we're not talking about decreasing response times, then what we're really talking about here is we're over fatiguing our firefighters and paramedics that are staffing the ambulances. So, to make sure that they're able to do their job correctly, it's really about making sure they have a few minutes to eat their dinner and get their PT and all that other stuff that they need to do while they're on shift, right?
Correct. Correct. And train. And that's part of the standards that they look at. Since we have firefighter paramedics, that's a necessary part to maintain their qualifications to be a firefighter and a paramedic. They have to have that time to get those things accomplished, which is really difficult.
Is it going to be possible for us to quantify our utilization, whatever, I would call it calls per shift worked? I mean, I don't know, or calls per hour. I don't know how you call it or how you measure it, but how do we measure how busy our people are compared with San Marcos, Oceanside, Carlsbad, Escondido? How do we figure that out so we know, this is where we're at, and what's our target? If we don't kind of have, what I mean?
Yeah.
So will you follow up with this? Do you think it's possible to get?
Yeah, I can get for sure from them their call volumes. and then look at how many ambulances they have and give you a representative number
Yeah,
that
it's probably
way.
a pretty easy math figure to do. How many calls did you get versus how many, man hours did you have for folks staffing the ambulances, right?
Yeah.
It's a pretty easy division problem. Okay. I think that might have been, I appreciate Councilwoman Rigby bringing up the Tri-City thing, and I know you already spent some time addressing it, but is there new facility they're going to build, their new ER? Is this going to help us?
That's part of it. The CEO over there is kind of taking me through a whole process of things that they're looking at to try to improve even before that happens. Some through patient things they're doing, some staffing things they're doing, and so we're waiting to see that impact. And I will say it fluctuates, but we're on it and studying it, and we're getting the numbers and sharing those with the county, who's then obviously having a conversation with Tri-City and other hospitals as well. But we need to see that impact. But it doesn't take a lot in this system, the flu hitting, and our guys are parked at that hospital.
It'd be nice to know how Tri-City compares if we could hold their feet to the fire by showing the community that they're holding our guys. That should concern everybody in the area, and it would help put some political pressure on them if they need to reallocate assets. They always seem to have enough money to do a lot of interesting things. I always kind of think, well, that's interesting that they're here sponsoring, like a private corporation, a lot of stuff. They got money to market that, have money to invest in their facilities and stuff. I don't know. I'm probably speaking out of turn there. Those are good people. I know they're trying to do the right thing, but if we're not being the squeaky wheel, how do we get the grease? So, I would say that's important. And if we can't quantify it, then we can't really say whether they're doing their job right or not, right? So, I don't know how we do that, but.
So this county has come up with this First Watch is a turnover care module that we have to use where both parties take part in. Yes, this is your patient. We're no longer responsible for it. The reason the county came up with this is because the extended offload delays that have happened statewide. The state is now regulating this as part of the accreditation of hospitals that they have to meet standards. And we needed to find a way that tracked that effectively. Since 2017, we went to this device, and it has helped a little bit. Again, like the chief said, there are just issues in healthcare that you cannot help, and you will get bombarded. If you ever listen to the radio, calls go out all of a sudden for no apparent reason. You have 20 calls in the area that are all going to go to that local hospital, and you can't help those delays. The hospitals are really, because of this new system, are really making a valiant effort, and it does get reported to the state. We actually don't have to do anything anymore except for partake in our end by pushing the button with the nurse, and the county then takes that data and reports it to the state. So it's holding the feet to the fire for the hospital administration for sure. And there is improvement, but again, there's disasters that happen that are beyond their control, just as there is in the.
But it should be possible to do a global comparison.
They send out
over the
data
course
quarterly.
of a year, their numbers ought to be comparable to any other hospitals. Can we, at some point, so you're doing that for the first year, at some point, can we get some information on that?
If you want, I can make sure Patrick gets a copy of everything that they send me that shows Palomar status, Tri-City status, Scripps and Cenia status, on how they're doing.
I wouldn't
and
mind
how they're
having you
performing.
or the chief come back at some point and just give us that verbally and go through it. And that's something that we need to, as elected officials, be talking to our colleagues in other cities and our Tri-City Hospital Board and making sure if they're not stacking up right against the other hospitals in the county or the state, then that's something that because I don't know if they are or they aren't. But if they aren't, then that's something that we got to start applying political pressure.
Yeah.
So, and it ought to be a big issue in their elections if they're not doing their job right. Absolutely. Because to me, that's like, if you can't do that, you got a measurable problem. So.
Absolutely.
End of questions?
That's all I got.
I know Joe Green. I want to make sure he was through. Joe Green.
Yeah, mine was just a long math problem, and luckily it's numbers, so I don't even have to think. I just wrote them down. It sounded like there were roughly 7,000 ALS calls. Is that correct? Something like that? You told me what I heard you say is the average call generates $426 per call, right? So if I wanted to be conservative and said we had 6,500 ALS calls over your 3 ambulances, that would be a pretty fair number, right? Yeah? Okay, so this is just math, and I love math, all right? So I took 6,500 and I multiplied it times 426, and that's $2.834 million, okay? Which basically means each one of our ambulances are servicing 2,166 calls roughly if we have 3 ambulances going. If we have another ambulance going that can service another 2,166 calls, maybe I'm wrong on that number.
Potentially.
Potentially.
But the calls are, I mean, we're adding an ambulance, but that doesn't necessarily correlate that the number of calls will rise
to meet that. But you should be able, say you could even get like an extra 1,000, okay, is what I'm getting at. Is even 1,000 calls that picks up, which is half of what the other ambulances are running, conservatively is $426,000 in gross revenues based off of your average and your numbers. So when Mr. Aguilera says the $100,000 in revenue seems extremely conservative, to me, even cutting that number in half is still 4 times the number that you presented to us as far as what you accepted for revenue. So my thing is I want to make sure that I'm looking at accurate numbers when I'm making decisions. And I think we all do a fantastic job at what we're doing. And I know our city staff does great. We make lots of money. But I want to make sure if we're really supposed to dig into these numbers and find out where the money's coming from, that we're using the numbers that you're giving us. It's your job to figure out what we're making, so the math should be pretty easy in my opinion. So it's just from me looking at math. I do it for a living, man, and the numbers don't seem that confusing to me. If I add another ambulance, I'm going to generate some more revenue, which is going to offset the $1 million cost. In addition, it's going to help my morale at my fire department. It's going to help with turnover. It's going to help me with having to retrain new firefighters all the time. And it's also going to make my community more safe, which inevitably is my job to make that happen. So I think it's a no-brainer. And if financially the costs are lower than we're anticipating, we're going to figure it out. We have extra money. We keep talking about saving and saving and saving. And maybe we save a little less to make sure our community is okay. So in looking at numbers, I'm encouraged by your numbers. I appreciate you giving us that information. And I hope that our city staff will go back and dig into the numbers and hopefully be able to give us a little more, encouragement on the decision we're making for our city. Because as good as it feels to protect our city, it obviously feels horrible to put them in a financial position where we can't afford to pay our bills. And that's the balancing act we're trying to make here. So I want to have as much positive come out of this as possible. And I think that it is a huge positive for our community, and saying that we're going to make money off of it and our community is going to be safe and the morale of our firefighters is going to be better and we'll probably be able to retain and hire better help. That's all great stuff as far as I'm concerned. So just wanted to throw that out there, how I'm understanding the numbers that you presented to me. Might be wrong, might be right, whatever. We'll discuss it, I'm assuming, when we actually break down the numbers. But that's what it sounded like you were saying. And am I fair in assuming that somewhat?
Sure.
Thank you.
Not to belabor this, but are you saying that if we add another ambulance, we are going to generate the same amount as the other ambulances? Is that what I heard or not?
No, not at all. I'm saying that even if we generated half as much as the other ambulances, it still is more than what we're estimating. That's what I'm saying. So, say we generate a quarter of the ambulances, it's twice as much as we. I know we're being conservative. I just don't want to be so conservative that we aren't able to make a decision based off of accurate information. Okay. Thank you.
Can I just add one thing? You could,
sure.
You could also look at strategically where you place that ambulance.
Deputy Mayor.
I'll just jump in because I can see what Patrick's wanting to say, which is that the number of total calls that we get, it's out of our control, and it's not like there's calls out there that we could get but we're missing because we don't have the ambulance to get them. So I think what I understand is that it doesn't mean that our total number of calls is not probably going to increase based on the fact that we have the extra ambulance. But what is happening, and has been a phenomenon that we can track, is that the number of calls for service has been increasing. So we are seeing an increase, or will continue to see an increase in revenues, but it may not be even 25% more. It's just going to be we're purely adding on the expenditure side. And you can't honestly
predict any additional revenues because we're not missing any of those calls right now. We're just running super ragged and getting them. What's that? Are we missing them? Anyway, so I understand that. I had another thought.
I just want to ask if that's correct. I mean, if we have another ambulance, are we able to get more calls? Am I wrong in saying that? Are we missing some calls or no? We're not missing any calls. We're getting every ambulance opportunity. Vista is making that money. Tell me that's true.
The way that we've set the system up in the automatic aid environment, if we add an ambulance in our town, we will pick up some percentage of calls that we're not getting now, but it's not going to be a consistent straight number. I mean, really, the system that we've designed is set up to serve the community, to serve the caller with the closest resource possible, and that's extremely variable. If everybody was in their station house, then it would be more predictable, but I mean, it tracks literally the units as they move. Wherever the unit is, whether it's an Oceanside or Vista or San Marcos unit, when that caller calls, it picks the closest one and sends them to get that person's service the quickest. So that's why it's so difficult to just do a straight line calculation and say, oh yeah, we're going to get that many more calls, because I really can't. It's really hard to figure. Will we run more calls with more ambulances? Yeah, we'll pick them up. I can't accurately tell you with great confidence, and that the more the numbers go up, the less confident I get. And I don't want to be having a conversation with Patrick explaining why I fouled that up so bad and now we're short. So I guess that's why we're landing a little short now. Yeah, so I don't lead you on a.
When we go into San Marcos and their ambulance rate is higher, and we do a transport out of San Marcos, we still charge the Vista rate?
Yes.
So when they come into Vista, they charge the higher.
Yes.
Boy, that's not right. We're going to have to fix that right quick.
And I would say we get better service with our folks, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm biased.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That was.
You're done? Is everybody done? Okay,
I guess I will
Patrick,
say.
now we got to go on to sheriff.
I'll say to Councilman Franklin, do you want to have the conversation on sheriffs?
Well, it's worth saying that we haven't, as Councilwoman Rigby points out, we've been growing our population. We're approved projects tonight to bring more people into the city, and it's the exact same situation. We're not growing the number of deputies, the manpower to the resident ratio. That is an absolute problem, and when we ignore it on an incremental basis, over time, it becomes a real problem. And I don't think we've increased from 82 deputies in how many years?
Well, on paper, we have, and that's correct, just 86 sworn deputies, according to the captain. But no, that number hasn't been increased in some time.
Yeah, and so has it changed in the last 7 or 8 years, or?
No, it changed probably in 2006, 2005.
So, national law enforcement standard, as far as my research tells me, is 1 per 1,000. So we're below where we should be, and we've added thousands of new residents in that time, and we haven't added our 1 per 1,000. So we're falling behind. Now, given what's just been said here, I know the point I wanted to make when I punched in earlier that I had kind of forgotten. If we're spending less than we budget to spend, then should we be doing zero-based budgeting where we say, if we underspent what we planned to spend last year, for line item XYZ, if we plan to spend $100, but we only spent 92, we don't go in the next year and say, well, we budgeted $100 last year, so next year let's budget $103. Do we say
no,
we spent 92?
We look at it line by line. We scrutinize it. Laura does a great job. Allie does a great job. We look at it and say, hey, you only spent 92% of your budget.
Right.
So why would you need 100%, or why would you need 103%?
Okay. All right. Answer that. And I know you do a great job. And despite the hard time I'm giving you, we're just trying to understand. You guys live it every day. your heads are in these numbers, ours aren't, so.
And the departments do a fantastic job. And what we try and really clarify when we're having that conversation specifically is how much of that are your controlled costs and how much are your uncontrolled? Because if you have a staff vacancy, your budget may look like it's been underspent. So we'll pull those out and talk to the department about professional services, special department expenses, office supplies, you know, if they're underspending in those line items that they really can control rather than those ones that are related to staffing, which aren't necessarily within their control.
You know, I think where we're at, I think we got to look at what vacant positions do we not truly need, what positions that we were going to add here at City Hall that maybe we just have to continue to do without. And where, you know, maybe somebody's going to retire and we're going to plan to downgrade the position or not fill it. But I mean, I don't want to lay anybody off. I'm not talking about that, but I just don't, I mean, and this is what I want to say for everybody's benefit. If we hire more people over here, we don't have a money tree. We're going to have to unhire some people or reduce obligation to payroll over here. So this is what it comes down to. I mean, as Patrick said, it's not just I mean, you said it's a real number. It's not just a paper thing. I mean, it's real money. Until we get to the point where we can confidently, conservatively plan, because right now we're not even planning to save. Okay, we're only saving if the gods are kind to us and we have a surplus. But we don't even have enough. You know, the delta between planned revenues and planned expenditures isn't big enough to include in our plan. And all of us here in our homes, in our families, every darn one of us is planning savings in our budget. You have to. It's irresponsible not to. So we're not even to the point where we can make a plan to save. We're doing it by grace of God because we have these surpluses. But so until we get to that point where we don't have that paper deficit, where we can confidently predict that revenues will outpace expenditures, until we get to that point, if we've got to have these things, and I'm hearing we got to have them, then I think we got to figure out where that money's going to come from. And it's going to be something hurtful to us. And it's going to be something we don't want to do. But I don't see the option. You know, I just don't see it. I don't see where it's going to come from. If we're going to be, our number one goal is fiscal responsibility. I don't see where it's coming from. So.
Councilmember Rigby.
Are we still talking about the Sheriff's Department?
Yeah, if you'd like to have that conversation, absolutely.
I just have a comment to make because I do think, and I see Captain Rhodey in the back of the room.
Captain Cinema.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Captain Cinemo. I'm so embarrassed. And I see the paragraph here in the staff report, excuse me, where it says that the crime rate is the lowest point in history, although we do have challenges that require personnel. And the captain would recommend that if a deputy is added, then it be a community-oriented policing and problem-solving deputy or COPS deputy to address the issues that are of higher priority. Adding COPS deputy would allow for one person to have sole responsibility for specific areas. Focusing on quality of life issues won't get resolved unless we put resources in that direction. And then the last sentence here says that one patrol deputy from a 24-hour perspective will not have the same effect as a COPS deputy. And I see that, I read that, I hear that, but there have been quite a few occasions in my travels through my city where I have encountered sheriff's deputies from other regions patrolling Vista because our deputies are all busy. And just a couple of weeks ago, a deputy from the South County was called up here to the Vista station to patrol or to be in the community. And he wasn't sure what we were all doing. It was the Boy Scout Scoutorama, and we were at the AgSem. And it was about 11 or 12, and we were packing up from the day. And he saw the activity and wanted to come over and find out what we were doing. And had never been there before. And I asked him, well, how come you've never been here before? And he said, well, because I'm from the South County, the IB station, and I got called up here tonight because you're so short-handed. And I've had a conversation with a few deputies. So I see that you want to add this special smart policing, and I've heard that term before, and we talk about that at Sandag Public Safety. And that might be great, but it's not putting people on the street. And if we're calling deputies up from other areas of the county to patrol our streets because the deputies assigned here are too busy doing other things to deal with whatever's happening over here, we absolutely need to look at increasing the deputies. And as has been discussed a lot, we continue to add to the population, and we do not add to the public safety services that we provide. So this is another conversation that we need to have on the council budget, on the city budget, but I think it's one that we have to have in talking about deputies for our community. And I understand that the cops, and then we've had this conversation before about how you want the smart policing to go, but I think there's real value in having police officers in our community, interacting with our people, and having police officers here that are from the community or work in the community instead of having people be called in from other parts of the county on a regular basis. So that is a discussion that I think is worth having, and that might be another workshop that we could have. Use one of those first Tuesdays that we haven't been using lately to have a sit-down, in-depth, back-and-forth discussion on the public safety issues. So, thank you.
I'm done. I'm good. Unless you guys have
Totally
any other
done with this whole
comments.
budget thing?
I'm done getting feedback. I think we've gotten enough, and if you want to continue to have a conversation, we can. Absolutely.
Yeah, there's more conversation. Oh, yep, maybe.
We don't
Yep,
often
Deputy
have
Mayor?
one of our workshops. I really like to have a budget workshop every single year. I can't imagine what would possibly be more worthy of, I mean, I don't want to do it either. I don't want to come and, but I can't possibly imagine what's more worthwhile than going through this stuff and figuring out how we're going to come up with these massive priorities and delivering on some stuff for the people of this city. I mean, I think we got to do it. I think we got to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. We got to figure out what, and I think we need staff to give us some ideas and some difficult choices to make about where we're going to get these funds and how we're going to not be in any kind of deficit in the long run. So I think we're going to have to come in and spend the time and roll up our sleeves and accomplish something here, because we need the ambulance, we need the deputies, but it is absolutely grossly irresponsible of us to sit here and say, well, we need it, so dang the consequences. We're gonna pay for it and figure out how to cover it later. We can't do that. There's gonna have to be a cost somewhere, and we're gonna figure out what that is. So I'm asking my colleagues to convene a workshop to just talk about the budget, and also to cover the issue of what we might be doing with any year-end fund balances.
Okay, so are we? Do you need anything approved or anything?
No.
That was just
Informational
information.
reports received.
Okay, well then with that, we move on to we have. I don't know if anybody's left to speak. We have public speakers. Are you? Here comes the new public speakers. You say, okay, we have. Should we start our public speakers? You ready? Okay. First is Jackie Hike. Is Jackie still here? Don't see Jackie. Okay. James Silva. Is James still here? James? Is that? Are you? He's here. Wake up. It's your turn. You're on. Yeah, thanks for staying, you guys. That's your troopers.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Council Member and Mayor. Oh, I put my glasses on. I'm here today to discuss a matter that's most important to my wife and I. We own a beautiful home in Vista off of 835 Centennial Drive, right behind the new Presidio Vista development being built by Lennar Construction. Our home was one of two built by Hallmark Communities. I mention this because the old existing home that was on this 1 acre parcel Hallmark owned subdivided it into 2 half-acre parcels. They are two identical ranch-style homes. We purchased our home in August of 2013. At the time, we were given a choice between the front house and the back home, of which Hallmark was asking $50,000 more for, the premium lot, with the additional alley access and the beautiful double gate they built to highlight that opening. Also, the back house felt more secluded, safe, and was suitable for what we were looking for in our retirement home. The front house, than the front house. So we decided to purchase the home. Not knowing of any easement that existed prior to the purchase of our home, the fence was built, the gate was in place, and our purchase agreement document showed of no such easement at the time of sale. If we had known that the easement existed, we would have altered our decision along the way, possibly not even purchasing our home to approach, or even to approach a different landscape that we designed. Now I'm not against progress, and I realize there's a housing shortage in California, but the city did not properly notify us as it was shown on the distribution list. So we could have vetted our concerns to the city properly. After all, this is a direct effect on the quality of our lives. So now I'm faced with no alternative but to speak my mind in front of you all today as a last-ditch effort and ask if I'm not able to change the route of the sewer line being bored through my property, that please then let's compromise and delete the plan to build a DG maintenance road that would surely cause irreversible damage to my 15-tree orchard and my beautiful landscaped yard I spent $250,000 to construct. Also, upon speaking to Kim Moses, the project manager for Lennar, and Ryan Waffle, Lennar's engineer, both stated that with the depth of the sewer lateral, the maintenance road would not be necessary to build. And it's upon the city to decide. Yesterday, we had the pleasure to have Jason Chrisman and Michael Hilker, his assistant, visit our home. We appreciated their compassion and understanding of our situation, and we also understood they're not in the position to decide. With our relentless phone calls to the city, we are respectfully going through the chain of command. Now at this time, I would like to take the opportunity to invite the mayor and the city council, in their own convenience, to come to our home with my wife and many refreshments, to see for yourselves the damage that the road would cause, not only to my home, but to the safety concerns of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Melanie Silva?
Yes, please.
I'm his wife. I figured that out.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the City Council members. My name is Melania Silva. My husband and I reside at and own 835 Centennial Drive. We stand here before you to hear our frustration and heartache, requesting to open a conversation and explore all options. We are all for growth and development of our city, but please hear our voice. As this easement recently we've learned about, this is all new to us. If we would have known about this easement, perhaps we would have made different decisions along the way and not invest so much time and money in creating our beautiful landscape. The very first time we received a letter, notification of construction, was February 9th, 2017, drafted by Lennar on February 3rd, delivered by certified mail and placed on our front door. Since then, it was the most overwhelming experience for us, to say the least. To make matters worse, we are out of town due to my husband's nature of work. When we purchased our home, my husband sold 2 of his home and poured everything he'd worked for 39 years into this home and still going. I'm sorry. To date, he's still working 7 days a week, gone 10 months out of the year to work in places his company sends him. He has 3 more years before retirement. Yay, I can't wait. But before then, we continue to make our home closest to our ideal, perfect retirement home, our sanctuary. Every inch of our half-an-acre lot is constructed and meticulously detailed because we know in our heart this is our dream retirement home. Therefore, we're doing everything right. You will be proud of us as a Vista resident, I can assure you. We also understand that you wanted to add the DG maintenance road so that you may have access to the sewer line maybe once a year. I cannot stress enough, Kim Moses, Lennar project manager, and Ryan Waffle, Lennar project engineer, both stated that the maintenance road is unnecessary. And they too doesn't want to see our beautiful landscaping dismantled. We have been racking our brains out as we felt we have no options, no voice, not given a chance, and totally being taken advantage of all around. All these are unjust. Even your distribution list from the city planning department shows we were never notified relative to the Presidio construction. With our understanding, there were 3-letter notifications went out, and none was sent directly to us. And our home is the most affected. We called City of Vista relentlessly to plead our case, and they all tell us, it is now in your hands. Please help us.
I need you to wrap up.
I'm sorry. I'm almost done.
Okay.
I'm asking you to please indulge and grace us with your time to open a conversation because we know in our hearts we have options. Our neighbors on the west side of the easement adjacent to our easement, Sandy Riccitelli, owner of 2440 Melrose Way, offered her 10-feet easement to put the DG road on her side if need be. But she is asking to be compensated with her landscaping, so she too doesn't want to see our beautiful trees dismantled by a lifeless maintenance road. Yesterday, Jason Chrisman and Michael Hilker, City of Vista Engineering Department, both visited our home. We appreciate them for taking their time, understanding, and compassion, but we know it is not up to them.
Are you almost done?
Yes,
really.
30 seconds.
Okay.
We know this comes down to money, and we also understand that the City of Vista wanted to avoid paying at all costs. The Presidio community is building 31 units, and they're going for $600,000 to $700,000 homes. That's $700 a month, property tax roughly $8,400 a year per home, times 31, and that's 31 homes, that's $260,400 property tax you'll be collecting yearly. I am confident that this is a small amount Mrs. Richelle is asking to be compensated to put the DG road on her side. My husband and I are willing to work with you, ma'am.
We need you to wrap up. It's getting late.
Please, let's find a happy solution to this matter. I'll be so proud to be a Vista resident knowing we have your support. We also invite you to come over. Please visit our home. And before you make any decisions, see it for yourself, how beautiful our landscaping is that you're about to dismantle, which is our home. And I'll make you some beautiful refreshments, I promise. Thank you, and God bless you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for staying so long. We appreciate that. Aziz? Aref? I got it. Okay.
Hi, City Council, Mayor Ritter. Thank you so much for having me today, and just thank you so much just for all of your deliberation today. Zoning, budgets, making sure you have public safety services. You guys handled quite a bit as far as what a city does in one meeting. So I'm happy to have sat through it, and I'm so happy to see you guys are working so hard for your city. My name is Aref Aziz. I have been working actually in the city of Vista since September with a group called Vistans for Better Safety and Services. What we primarily want to do is allow for medical marijuana dispensaries in the city of Vista. These California mutual benefit nonprofits, not private businesses, are actually membership organizations, much like your Chamber of Commerce or trade associations, that represent its constituent members, like myself, patients that use medical marijuana. I primarily just wanted to address you guys because thanks to the leadership of Councilmember Green, the efforts of your staff, Ms. Zimmerman over there, you guys have actually been engaging us in the process and trying to make sure we were heard. And rather than ask to stop the raids or anything else, I just wanted to give you a heartfelt thank you. Because at the end of the day, as much as marijuana has become, or medical marijuana has become a politicized issue, I want to put a face to this. It's about patients, and it's about organizations that provide patients those care. The fact that you guys as a city are willing to now look at this at your next city council meeting, look at the proposals that the city staff has come up with is great. And prior to that, I would love to have the opportunity to talk to each and every single one of you about what medical marijuana does for the patients and what these groups are actually doing, because there's a lot of misunderstanding around these California mutual benefit nonprofits, these dispensaries that service patients like myself and your residents. It's definitely a tough topic given the federal laws and everything else that you have to consider. But, let's put a real face to it. And these patients, these constituents, as we would call them in the government sector, we're both serving them. The dispensaries are serving them their medical needs. You're serving them their safety needs, sometimes their medical needs. Other times just making sure that there's not a business in the middle of a residential area. So again, thank you so much for your work, and please, I have communicated with Doris, who handles your guys' schedules. I hope over the next week, while the city is still waiting on responses, we can actually sit and have a conversation about the need for medical marijuana dispensaries, deliveries, not for these crazy businesses or mysterious businesses that many people portray, but simply as California mutual benefit nonprofits, as membership organizations that serve their patients. So thank you so much again for your service on behalf of your constituents, and I hope that we can all work together over the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you again, Councilmember Green, for your leadership on this.
Barbara Gordon.
Thank you, Barbara Gordon. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a County Office of Education, a Friday Night Live youth group leader of a North County high school chapter. Our youth are most at risk when we increase the access and availability of marijuana. It lowers the perception of harm of marijuana among our young people. We know that dispensaries are where our youth are the marijuana is being resold to our high school students. According to our high school principals, they are finding the little medicine bottles that the marijuana comes in on their campuses and the parks around the high school. In the city of San Diego, where they regulate pot shops, they have more unpermitted pot shops than any place in the county. This same situation is also happening in Colorado. So don't think that regulating will control the unpermitted pot shops in our city. Recent data collected in the county's Healthy Store Healthy Community Project indicated that there is a direct correlation between what children see in their communities, like pot shops, and the children's expectation to use marijuana as a normal part of neighborhood life. There was a research by the San Diego County Center for Community Research titled Exploring Analysis, the Violent Crime and Property Crime Rate with medical marijuana dispensaries in the city of San Diego census tracts. And what they found is indicated that the average number of violent crimes and property crimes are greater in census tracts with one or more pot shops compared to census tracts with no pot shops. As adults, it's our responsibility to create a healthy environment for our children to grow up in. Pot shops will be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. I would suggest that the city not allow pot shops. An initiative is not guaranteed in the city that it would pass. Thank you.
Erica Leary.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know it's late. Thank you for entertaining me. And I will explain that I'm here tonight because I'm going to be out of town when you're likely going to hear the marijuana issue. So I wanted to get my comments before you on the record. I know you all know I'm Erica Leary, the program manager for the North Coastal Prevention Coalition. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew that after your last meeting when this issue was discussed on March 14th, the next day the County Board of Supervisors took action to ban all commercial marijuana enterprises in the unincorporated area, including dispensaries. And then on April 4th, the City of Oceanside held a workshop, and they voted to include a ban on recreational marijuana businesses in addition to their ban on storefront dispensaries. Oceanside has opted to allow deliveries of medical marijuana. So around us up here, all North County cities continue to ban storefront dispensaries, and it's unfortunate that it appears that Vista's become a target by pro-marijuana advocates. And I doubt that your intention is to become the mecca of marijuana up here in North County, but it appears that that's what you're being pressured into doing. As was mentioned, there's no evidence that regulating marijuana is going to eliminate the black market, and it's unlikely to save the city time and resources in the long run. When city staff comes before you to present their full and extensive report, as I'm sure they will, these chambers will once again be filled with marijuana advocates urging you to reverse your ban and allow dispensaries. You'll hear heartfelt accounts of marijuana's ability to relieve all kinds of pain and suffering, and I do not dispute any individual's experiences. What you won't hear, unlikely, is that people can't find marijuana. Most people explain, how it benefits them. And prohibiting storefronts doesn't prevent patients and caregivers from connecting and supporting each other in non-commercial manners. So as you weigh your options in the coming weeks, I hope you'll consider the following, that regulating dispensaries will not necessarily prevent an initiative from coming before you. Your proposal is unlikely to satisfy all those invested in the marijuana industry. A special election dispensary initiative may not pass. Similar efforts has failed, and Lemon Grove's recent initiative passed by just 90 votes. The city does have the option to draft a separate competing initiative in the event that signatures are submitted to force a special election. Voter support for Prop 64 does not necessarily mean that Vistans support storefront dispensaries, and over 70% of Colorado jurisdictions ban any medical or recreational marijuana businesses. I acknowledge you have a difficult decision to make. I remind you that research does conclude that increasing access leads to increasing use, which is why our legal substances, alcohol, tobacco, and prescription drugs cause more harm than all illegal drugs. And then local governments are then tasked with the many consequences and costs that you've been discussing at length this evening, such as DUIs, injuries, response from paramedics, etc. So again, long night. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your service to Vista.
Thank you for staying, Erica. I have Katie, is it Papaniak?
Last but not least, mainly, Katie Papaniak. I'm a mental health counselor. Worked in North County for many, many years. I'm on the executive board of Escondido Education Compact. And in Vista, I've worked with kids at Alta Vista, New Haven. I could go on and on. I had a North County foster youth program. I am against storefronts for marijuana because they're always put in the places where we work with these kids. We try to get them out of the foster care system, or even high-risk adults I've worked with. In Vista, there are sober living homes and that kind of thing. And generally, these storefronts are put in those neighborhoods. They're not generally put on the streets I live on or you live on. They're not in residential neighborhoods. And I hate to see this. It's just, I think it's not a good idea. And again, for the safety. So that's all I'm going to say about that, because the Sir Optimus left because they were cold and tired and hungry, and they wanted to thank you all for supporting their salad luncheon. So we're here to advertise to anyone that's left to come to the salad luncheon. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for staying. Okay, with that, that's the end of our speakers. And we have oral communications, so I just have I have announcements. Do you want to hear my announcements, Eva? Do you care? Okay, there's a couple of events taking place this Saturday, April 15th, rather. First, the Vista Optimist Club is holding an all-you-can-eat pancake breakfast and Easter egg hunt from 7:30 until 11:30. Tickets are $5 a person. And next, J.C. Wynn is once again organizing an Easter hunt at Bringle Terrace Park from 9 to 11:30. Also in Bringle Terrace Park, the Alta Vista Botanical Gardens Earth Day Fest takes place from 10 till 3 p.m. And you can check the online calendar at cityofvista.com for more information on these events. And then the last thing I would just say is today's my first walk with the mayor. I didn't see any of you there. It was a great opportunity to get some exercise, and we spent some time with fellow Vistans. Yeah, there's two more walks scheduled, so you still can make it. May 13th at 8:45 in the morning, before the Vista Day with a Deputy event, which is at Luz Duran Park. That one's the next one, and then there's another one on May 18th at 5:45 at the front steps. We're going to walk through the Conservancy Trail. You might want to go see that. Bring your family and your friends. And pets are also welcome. Pets, kids, details are online at cityofvista.com. And those are my announcements for the day. Do you have, I gotta go this way. Anything?
I don't.
Anything for anybody? You're all worn out.
I did want to ask you, did you have a lot of people today?
I had probably maybe 12. Okay. It was a good group. And Patrick, you're next. You want some of these?
One.
No, okay.
Just one announcement. Registration for summer camps begins Monday, April 17th at 9 a.m. So we'd encourage people to register online or at vistarecreation.com or go to the Jim Porter Rec Center. That's it.
That's it? How about the city attorney? Anything?
I only have 20 minutes or so of remarks, but in light of the hour, I think I'll pass altogether.
Can you hold him? How about our city clerk? No, okay. Okay, we are adjourned. I still got to sign. I got to sign. I know, since